Okay, there we go. Hello, good afternoon. This is the June 10th, 2026. Great. June 10th, 2026 Historic District Commission meeting. We are starting with our workshop, which is the business portion of the meeting. We do have a couple of staff announcements to start off. We are welcoming a new commissioner this month. Sean Atkinson is the Plaza Midwood representative. And Sean, thank you so much for joining us. Is there anything you'd like to say about your experience or, and press the green button? Yeah.
No, I'm just excited to help out as I can.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Sean. And then we also have an intern for the next 2 months from UNCC, Madeline. Madeline's with us back here. And Madeline, do you want to say something about what you're studying?
Yes. Hi. So I'm, like Christy said, I'm getting my master's at UNC Charlotte. I'm studying architecture and critical heritage studies.
So we're excited to have Madeline with us this summer. And this is her second day, third day with us. And then we also have something at the end of the workshop, but I wanted to turn it over. Well, actually, rewind. We need to vote on a slate of officers for the next fiscal year. So our fiscal year ends June 30th and starts July 1st. And according to our rules for procedure, we need to elect new executive board. So chair, vice chair, and second vice chair. We talked about this a little bit at the retreat in April. So I believe our current chair, Chair Bell, and second vice chair Wojcik have agreed to continue serving. But as you know, Nichelle Hawkins resigned and she was our vice chair. So we need to fill that slot. Has anyone thought about maybe doing this role? And I know we're missing a few people today. We're missing Emily and Sean. Cameron's not here yet. And Sarah. No, Sarah's here. What's her name? Oh, Anne and Anne. Okay, so
Did any of those people, are they
well,
interested in
I
the
didn't
position?
know. We talked in April and everyone was thinking about it. So I would need to ask Paige. There's Paige. Hi, Paige. Welcome to the hot seat. Yes. We need to ask you about, we need to elect a vice chair, but we're missing a couple folks who may be suitable and interested in the role. Can we make a motion to defer this election to the first meeting of the new fiscal year on July 8th? Or can we also alternatively accept nominations via an email vote and then make a final decision at the July meeting?
I think we need to defer it to
Okay.
the next meeting,
Okay.
not do the email nomination.
Okay, great. So then what we need to satisfy our rules for procedure, we need a motion from somebody and a second and a vote to defer this matter to the July 8th. I think that's the right date. 8th meeting. Yes. Would someone like to make?
I'll make a motion to defer nomination and voting for the second vice chair
And the entire executive board for FY 27.
and the entire executive board for the fiscal year 2026,
2027.
2027, until the next meeting on July the 8th.
Great.
Second. Any discussion?
I just have one question.
Yes.
Is that's holiday week? Will we have a-
Um, I don't know. I haven't heard otherwise. Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern, Commissioner Allred, Commissioner Taylor. Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
I wasn't for discussion, so I'll, refrain.
Okay.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
Lineberger.
Lineberry, yes.
Yes. Commissioner Atkinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to defer passes 8-0.
Okay, great. And then we have one workshop item today, and they're here in person. If y'all would like to come on up and sit at the front table. Yes. Oh, okay, great. Okay. And I believe we have some others online who are with your group. Okay. So have a seat and just press that button and
Myself so I can see the screen.
short, just be sure to take the microphone with you. Mhm. Yep. And then if you've joined from the congregation online, if you would please turn on your video, please, so everyone in the room can see and speak with you. Okay, I will turn it over to you. You have about 15 minutes to speak with the commission and get their high-level, non-binding feedback on your proposal. Okay, turn it on. Mhm. And if you would like to introduce yourself to the commissioners.
Hi, my name is Laurel Holtzapfel. I am with Groundwork Studio. I'm a landscape architect in Charlotte. And my colleague is Carl Mashburn, and he is a member of the church, First Church of Christ Scientist. It's located on Moorhead Street. It's in the Dilworth Historic District. The building was built in 1939. And next slide, please. And so we met with a few of the HDC representatives a few months ago, and that they identified 3 different historic regulated elements on the site. The first one is the monumental stair. And that is located right in the front of the sanctuary. And it is, an original stair, when the building was built. The second one is the signpost. It's a wrought iron signpost. That's number 2. And then the third is a stone retaining wall. And that retaining wall fronts the Moorhead Street frontage, as well as Arosa. And we are simply repointing the loose stones. So we're not making any changes to the retaining wall at all. And so the next slide, this is the monumental stone stair. It is non-compliant with the current building code. The riser heights are of different heights. They get very slippery when wet. And several church members have fallen on the stairs. And I sent some correspondence to the HDC about that, one of the members. And Carl has mentioned that the Arosa parking has been taken away about 2 years ago. Yes. And that creates a bit of a hardship for access for the church membership. There's tow signs along Arosa, and this is providing a liability to the church. There's some wrought iron handrails. You can see one at the top. There's one along the column, and then there's another one further, off this page. The proposal is basically removing and replacing the existing steps with skid resistant stone treads. and to repurpose the material on site as potential benches. Camp North End has a similar thing that they've done where they have taken concrete materials and created benches or signs. So that would enable us to keep the material on site. And then also to add 4 code compliant handrails, including replacing the 2 existing rails that are out of compliance. The pickets are about 6 inches as a space between the pickets. And so we would bring everything up to compliance. And then the next slide shows details of the stone. You can see the massive amount of mortar, and the stone is, there's a cantilever with one of the stairs on the left, and it's very awkward, and it's actually provides a trip hazard there. And on the right, you can actually see the spalling of the material is flaking off actively. And you could see to the right of that spall, there's concrete material. So, you know, we don't even have areas of the existing stone treads. And so what we're proposing is to replace the stone stair. We're not changing the design. We're basically, you know, the proposal is to remove and replace and adding 2 handrails, because that 110-foot stretch, there's no handrails within that long stretch. And elderly people, it's very difficult to navigate the stairs without handrails. And you can see this is the proposed landscape. It's a conceptual design. So you can see we're proposing a stone circle and garden on the left, and then a bosque of trees with a water feature. And then the second element is a existing signpost that is over 50 years old. It's made out of wrought iron. And so that is protected. The existing church sign is not historic. And we're proposing to slide that fence post toward Monroe. And you can see, so the existing signpost is kind of roughly within the center of the circular garden that we're proposing. And it would create a more functional space if we can slide that a little bit towards Monroe. And I keep saying Monroe. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I did that when I was practicing too. Okay, sorry. So it would increase visibility also for the sign, you know, for passersby. And it would also allow for greater, you know, flexibility within the space. So, you know, we are asking for your feedback and guidance on these 2 elements that we're proposing.
The people online, Andrew and Hillary and Larry, are y'all planning to speak? Okay.
What's the question?
We just wanted to know if there was anything you were wanting to add to the presentation.
No, she's presented what we discussed pretty accurately.
All right.
All right.
Bell?
Oh. Okay, thank you for your presentation. Any commissioner have any questions or comments? Guidance, non-binding guidance?
2 questions.
I have 2 questions.
Wow.
So the existing stairs are a combination of flagstone and filled areas of concrete? Is that what they're made out of now?
The HDC representative said that they were made out of Virginia bluestone.
Okay.
They have kind of a slate-like quality. And so slate tends to be very slippery when it rains. And so that's part of the problem, is several members have been, you know, have been injured trying to traverse these steps. And you can see, you know, they're in pretty bad shape. And they're not really built consistently. And so it provides trip hazards trying to go up and down, and they're different heights. So typically in architecture school, you have a uniform height and they're kind of all over the place.
And the new material that you're proposing to make these out of?
Well, I was thinking potentially bluestone.
Mm-hmm.
We were also thinking potentially limestone, which would match the other stair. If you go to the first slide, that is natural limestone. That may be cost prohibitive. So we were thinking perhaps a cast stone that would look like a limestone as a possibility.
So did you say bluestone the first time? Not before the limestone?
Bluestone.
Okay, but
mean,
isn't
we-
that what you said they're already made out of?
Virginia bluestone.
Oh,
Which is
Virginia.
different than, it's more of a slate. And
Okay,
that is different than like a Pennsylvania bluestone. Because we could thermal finish the bluestone and that would be a skid resistant, grip resistant material and finish.
that was my other question is so what's a thermal finish? What is that?
Basically, they take a flame and they flame finish and it creates like a textural surface. And it will come down to, of course, aesthetics, but also pricing because limestone, we want to go ahead and get it priced and just see where it comes out. But I think price will be a definite factor with the material.
Will they be installed as pavers put together? Will they be large kind of will they be large individual?
I would love for
Chunks
them
or-
to be big chunks,
Okay,
but that is more costly to do. But I would like to have the same look and character of the big, long pieces if the budget allows. So it would be in the spirit of the original.
I was gonna say, at some point, everything shifts, right? So if you don't go back with the big pieces, then how do you keep the top from adjusting and creating, so is there a reason why, so I guess, what is the reason why you wouldn't just reset the stones that are already there in a more, in a safer way?
Well, the issue is the finish of the
Okay.
stone. It's the inherent finish.
Finish of that.
stones.
Yep,
They have applied some skid resistant material to the stones and that's a temporary fix.
okay,
And I don't know how, plus we've got situations like that where there's a cantilever
yep,
over. And that's so different than the rest of the construction of the stairs. That is a huge trip hazard.
sure.
And this opens the church up to liability.
I was just thinking they deconstruct it, keep the stone, create the proper base for it, and then reset it so that it was correct. But
Right.
if the material in itself is inherently an issue, then
That's my take on it. And even if you try to take it and thermal finish, I don't know how this material would even accept, a flame finish. And that would be a lot of work to take all that apart and flame finish it and try to put it all back.
So since you have these questions about materials and the actual construction, are you going to investigate these things before you come back to us and have some answers? Or are you thinking that you would present it in the same situation and then, like, at what point are you going to make some of these decisions, the limestone versus the slate versus the large stones versus the not?
Well, the first thing was just to get your take on, is this
Gotcha.
allowable?
Okay.
Are you open-minded to allowing the church to do this?
Well,
That's the first hurdle,
Okay, I got
because
you.
we were told on site that, it would be, difficult to do this.
Okay.
We were told that, maybe, we could, fence off or chain off some of them
Okay.
and then have a new ADA concrete acceptable. And I just thought that aesthetically was very jarring to
Okay.
have something like that. That would really disrupt the integrity of the composition to have all of the chains and the concrete.
Thank you.
Can you go back to the shot that shows the retaining wall and the steps? So it looks like the retaining wall is the same stone because it matches pretty well. So I'm thinking if you go with the Pennsylvania bluestone, it's not gonna have that same color range and it will be introducing something different. And I mean, you mentioned limestone, that might be a good option because, you know, you it wouldn't look like you were trying to match it, didn't hit it. But also, I don't know, and maybe Christie could, tell me, but would precast be something? Because it seems like that might be more cost effective.
Right.
and, do the job.
I think it's up to y'all what you want to accept and, you know, I think you make a really good point about the visual qualities and not introducing another material. Candace is our mason. Do you have any thoughts?
I think that instead of trying to match the stone exactly, it's probably better to go in a different direction, which is why staff suggested concrete on the site, because then it is different than what's there, but it's not competing with it or trying to be it.
Makes sense. Is that cap on that column, is that limestone or is that concrete? Or is it stone?
Stone.
It looks like it's stone. It's got some mortar joints, but the steps at the church itself is limestone, correct?
Those are limestone.
Right.
And I took a picture of it because I wanted to confirm, and you can see actual shells and like
Yeah.
little like creatures in there,
Yeah.
fossils. And so I was like, this is limestone. And it would be great to use that same material, but I understand that the church has a budget and
Sure.
that may not be feasible.
I mean, cast limestones present themselves similarly. It is an I mean, normally if you look in our guidelines, 8.4, I mean, it's masonry, which is stone, brick, and then concrete are our preferred materials, but it also, you have an existing lime or an existing stone and you have an existing limestone on site. So, I mean, I feel like we have a little bit more flexibility.
Do you, commissioners have any feedback about the water feature? Or I missed what you called this, the bosque?
Bosque. Mhm.
Bosque.
Go ahead.
Yes.
So I think we all hard pressed not to agree that those steps need to be replaced.
Yes.
I'm open to moving the sign as one commissioner. I'm open to the little garden area. I think that's saving the sign and relocating, in my view, not a big deal. I would suggest, you look at the, standards and work with staff on the material. I mean, I'd be interested in the difference between allowing bluestone out there and Virginia bluestone when it says we can't. I mean, there's a good reason to use it. I mean,
Oh, for sure, in this situation, yeah, agreed.
two, I would, there's things that easily pass and things that don't easily pass, and staff can tell you in 30 seconds what those are. Same with the handrails. What are those gonna be? You know, there's things that will get through no problem, other things we'll have heartburn over. So just the more you leverage them on those selection materials, the quicker and easier it's gonna get through. The concept that you present, I'm fine with. The idea that those need to be replaced, 100%. It's gonna come down to selections and leveraging staff to help you through that.
We were thinking wrought iron for the hand.
Yeah, but there's lots of designs on wrought iron,
Yeah.
you know.
Okay.
So, and they'll give you thumbs up or thumbs down in 2 seconds, so.
Understanding that the steps are fully usable currently, I would urge you to re-review staff's suggestion of potentially maintaining a large portion of the existing steps and creating more functional steps adjacent to that. The plinth that's created by the Virginia bluestone that kind of coincides and works with the the stone wall, I think is inherent to, any of these kind of these neighborhood or community buildings that were built at this time and how that raises up. And we're going to lose some of that with the entirety of the plinth is created by a new material. And furthermore, it's going to have some changes once you kind of get involved in a new rise and run. The run of the steps are going to get longer. So it's going to start to change things kind of visually. And there's a lot to be said about the look of the historic Virginia bluestone steps with the fieldstone retaining wall. I mean, I think there's a lot to do you can do to update the steps on potentially either end of the stair run while maintaining the overall kind of the look and feel as well as the materials of the full length of the run, whether that is chained off, railed off, planted off, whatever, without really compromising the integrity of the nearly 100-year-old kind of stone plinth that the church has been raised up on. I mean, I'm afraid that with it being nearly 100-year-old bluestone, once you start taking them up, they're going to fall to pieces, especially since they look to be concrete set. But there may be potential to reuse those in whatever wing walls or whatever you may come up with to kind of encapsulate some new stair systems. So I would highly encourage to kind of investigate that suggestion by staff. And then when you come to present, as Commissioner Taylor suggested, just having some really good details on the ironwork that you're proposing. Understanding that the ironwork it is used here would not meet current code regulations in height and width. So making sure that the details are presented in such a way that your intent, meets code, but also gives us the information that we need to make sure that it meets the historical guideline. The sign, I'm ambivalent on the sign.
Great.
Yeah, it's,
Can you use the?
I guess I pressed the button, right?
Oh, you're good.
Oh, okay. My name is Collier Marshburn, and I'm a member of the church and a former member of its board of directors. And this project is an extremely important project for us. We have been talking about this for over 10 years, and we're now at a point where we want to move forward. Now, two key things are also important for us. We do not want liability going forward. So therefore, we need to comply with whatever the code says. So whatever we do, first of all, we must comply with the code. That is number one. And then number two, I wanted to put into context a few things. First of all, we do not have off-site parking for our members. We only have on-street parking permitted on the Moorhead side. We used to have it on the Rosa side, but the city decided about 2 years ago that they were going to prohibit parking during service on that side of the road. We are trying now to be grandfathered back in to allow some parking. So what invariably happens is in front of the church, people now coming, parking their cars, getting out and going up the steps. And we have quite a few members of our church that have certain, what they may call disabilities, or you may call disabilities. And so we have walkers, people with walkers and canes and all of that. So it's extremely important that we make the stairs as safe as possible, number one. And number two, that it complies with code. Anything else we can discuss. But those are the two things, and those are non-starters for us, And if in fact you're insisting that we do something that doesn't comply with code, then that creates a problem for us because we have to comply with code. But other than that, whether we use bluestone or whatever, that's fine, But we just wanted to limit our liability and to provide access to our members and to make sure that they're safe, they're comfortable with going in and out of the front of the church.
Do you have an ADA access ramp?
We do on the side, yes.
But it's not accessible from this side?
Correct. Correct.
Any last minute?
And perhaps if I may just add, perhaps you can help us to get the city to grandfather us in to get in parking space on the side of the Rosa side again.
I wish we could help you with that.
I mean, we've been parking there for what, 40, 50 years? And they came by and said, you know, we're not going to allow you to park there anymore during service. And that is a really big problem for us, you know?
Yeah.
Good
And
petition.
as I said, we don't have off-site parking.
So unfortunately, parking's not in our purview. We wish we could help, but perhaps contact your council person for the area. All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thanks. This concludes the presentation and workshop. We thank you. You're welcome to stay and view some of the meeting. But we are going to move on to the last item for our workshop. And if I could have Chair Bell and Commissioner Lineberger.
Thank you.
Thank you. So our last item. Thank you. Our last item, if you'll come up front, I'm sorry, we do this for everybody. We would like to thank Commissioner Lineberger for 7.5 years of service. And sadly, this is her last meeting as our Planning Commission liaison. We've so appreciated everything you've done for the commission over the past 7.5 years, helping with the design standards updates through multifamily and commercial and all of our retreats. So we thank you so much. Two new districts. Yes, all the things through COVID and all of the changes that brought with our meetings. So many things. So we have a certificate of appreciation hold on, wait, I need to take a picture. We have a certificate of appreciation that is signed by our director, Monica Carney Holmes, and our chair, Shauna Bell. And we have a little something for you, a little parting gift that we'll give you after the meeting. But we just wanted to make sure to recognize you and thank you so much for all the many, many years of service. And round of applause. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, well, we'll take a little break and yes. Wow.
I think Ellen said, well, I can.
Okay, and we are back. We are going to start the June 10th, 2026 Historic District Commission meeting. This is the public hearing portion of the meeting, and I am turning it over to Chairwoman Bell.
The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the June 10th, 2026 meeting. I am Shauna Bell, HDC Chair, and I call the meeting to order at 1:09 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Christopher Allred, Sarah Kerm, Cameron Holtz, Krista Lineberger, Brett Taylor, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, and Sean Atkinson, who are present in the meeting room. Also present are HDC staff, Christy Harps, Candace Leidy, Marilyn Draith, Jen Bear, Elizabeth Lammy, Claire Light, Graham, Madeline Moorfield, the summer intern, Paige Inman, Assistant City Attorney, and Candy Thomas, Court Reporter. I would like to start by acknowledging that this is an in-person meeting. However, the commission is permitting applicants and members of the public to participate using a remote online platform if they choose. Due to the hybrid format, I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Each of today's hearings is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how this commission must make its decisions. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. The commission's jurisdiction is limited. The commission must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence in the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the design standards and based on the facts presented. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and ordinance standards, not personal preference or opinion. Witnesses must swear or affirm their testimony. While hearsay evidence is not specifically excluded, it is only given limited weight. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. For everyone participating remotely in today's meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please make sure you are on camera using a video source during any testimony. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will first determine if there is sufficient information to proceed with the hearing. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and the HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yeah.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions?
Okay. The first 5 applications on today's agenda are consent agenda items, meaning staff is recommending approval, possibly with some conditions per each application. Unless requested by a member of the public or the commission, a full hearing will not be held on these items. So the first item is 1913 The Plaza. This is a reaffirmation request. The commission originally approved this in January 2020 and again in December of 2022. A COA was issued, but permits were not pulled within the required timeframe, and their COA has expired. So nothing has changed with the project. The project is just the reaffirmation of a non-traditional mechanized screen system on the rear porch, and it will be all integrated with the beams and columns. And here is the existing conditions, and you may remember the proposed. And here's what it will look like. And then the CO, and then there's a meeting presentation from December. That's it. I don't think there are any callers. Let's see.
Okay, does any commissioner, would any commissioner like to remove this from consent?
I just have to recuse myself.
Oh,
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry. Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
He received a letter. He's within his owns property within
Got you.
300 feet.
okay. Any, what am I asking?
Oh,
Removing from consent any commissioner? Okay, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the project. The project meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation numbers 9 and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for rehab of materials, page 6.108, in additions 6.20. It's recommended for approval because it was approved in a previous meeting for standards 2.5. The project is a new porch and doesn't involve modification. Modification to columns where they never previously existed are not allowed for either existing buildings or new construction in historic districts. Would you like me to read 4, 5, and 6? Or just reference?
no, I think you're fine. It maybe
Okay.
just state that the project's in the rear yard and not visible from the street.
Right, the project is in the yard, not visible from the street, there's no impact to trees.
Yep. Okay.
All right, there's a motion by Commissioner Kerm. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holt. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holt,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve passes 8-0.
This next application is 820 Woodruff Place. This is also a reaffirmation of the commission's prior approval. The commission approved the project with conditions in September of 2023, and the project remains unchanged from previously approved plans. It is located here at the edge of the Wesley Heights district. And you may recall that they were proposing a 1-story accessory structure. The property has changed hands, is under new ownership, and the new owners are seeking approval to build what was previously approved by the commission. Elevations are on slide 11. Composite elevations are on slide 12 and 13. And streetscape is on 14. Again, no changes have been made. The project also has not been updated to meet the original conditions of approval.
All right, let the record show that Commissioner Atkinson has returned.
Oh, thank you.
I'm assuming no callers.
Have any callers, Marilyn? No callers, okay.
Is there any commissioner that would like this removed from consent? Hearing none, is there a motion?
Sure, I'll make a motion. Maybe a little bit of help. Excuse me. Sorry. Because this project is not inconsistent with the Secretary of Interior standards or the Historic District Commission standards, I move that we approve this with the following conditions. Sorry, let me amend that. It is not incongruous with standards for rehabilitation numbers 9 and 10, or our design standards for new residential buildings, chapter 6, and accessory buildings 8.10. Noting the facts that the proposed accessory structure was previously approved and no changes have been made, and that the accessory structure is secondary to the main house in foot size, height, footprint, scale, and mass. Also noting the following conditions: that door, window, siding, and trim specifications, dimensions, and details are submitted for staff approval prior to installation, that the window detail on the front elevation will be a triple ganged window, and applicant will not remove any trees from the property for this construction per standard 8.5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock? Yes. Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thank you. Application number 3 is 1525 The Plaza. And this is for a porte cochere addition. You will see here it is mid-block. Here's the existing structure. I will note that this house has gone under a couple of changes. None of these tapered columns are original to the structure. They had been replaced early on when this became part of the district. The existing conditions were metal columns. And so the commission approved a number of years ago the replacement of those metal columns with the more appropriate tapered columns. I also don't believe, based on the design, that these are original to the house, these brick piers. At the time that the commission approved the change of the columns, they also approved the change of a flat roof to a pergola. But again, staff does not believe, based on photos and architectural evidence, that these were original to the property. So the applicant is electing to remove this section here and replace it with a true carport, as you can see from the site plan on slide 12. And they are extending it, just the footprint just slightly, to accommodate a vehicle to pass through. And you can also see it on slide 13. So this is the existing and this is the proposed is grayed out. And then the side elevation is on slide 14. And the rear elevation is on slide 15. There is a beam column details in a section, and as-built left elevation on slide 16, and then floor plans and roof plans on 17 and 18. Staff is recommending approval with the one caveat that the applicant is asking to paint the new brick piers. And staff has included not painting those as part of a condition of approval. Carolyn, is there anyone online? Okay, just the applicant. Okay, over to you, Chair Bell.
Would any commissioner like this removed from consent?
I have a question.
Mhm.
So why is this, what kicks this out of zoning review?
It's on the front. It's a change to the front elevation. Yeah, I think it's, and staff thinks it's perfect. That's why it's on consent.
Your motion?
I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve this application because the proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of district as described chapter 3 of design standards. Based on the Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation, noting rehabilitation number 1, 2, 9, 10, Design Standards, Chapter 6. The addition is compatible with existing massing, form, scale, blah, blah, blah. The addition does not overpower the existing building. The addition is completely reversible. The addition roof ties in beneath the main ridge and in secondary to the existing building. So the motion is to approve with conditions which are provide overall height as measured from grade to ridge of new addition, adjust the column beam alignment so the neck of the column aligns with the edge of the beam, provide brick and mortar samples to staff for probable approval. All new masonry will be unpainted per design standards for masonry 5.5, numbers 3, 4, paint 5.8, number 7, materials 6.18, numbers 1 and 6.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kerm. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Thank you. The next application is 1232 Belgrave Place. It is located at the edge of the Dilworth Local Historic District here at Belgrave and Romney. The application is for some window changes. This is the front of the elevation as seen from the sidewalk. And some more photos on slide 7 and 8. The window changes are back here. Here we go. So slide 10, actually slide 11. This window is proposed to be enlarged, and they are proposing to add windows to this 1980s edition that doesn't currently have any windows. The elevation drawing is on slide 12. So they're expanding this opening and bringing it almost into alignment with that second story window. And then they're adding a new set of casement windows where there are none. They have also included a partial floor plan shown on sheet A1, slide 13, windows A, windows B. Here. And the new windows they're proposing to be casement windows. And that is all. So staff is recommending approval with, I believe, a couple of conditions. Marilyn, do we have anybody online? No, just the applicant? Okay. Chair Bell?
Does any commissioner oppose to keeping this on the consent? Does anybody have any motion or question?
I move to approve this application because the project proposed project is not incongruous with the special character of the district as described in Chapter 3 of the design standards and consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards for historic rehabilitation. In the numbers 1, 9, and 10, and the City of Charlotte design standards for rehabilitation of building elements, windows 4.5, number 6, 18, 19, and 20, and new construction for residential buildings, doors and windows, 6.15, inclusive of the preamble, as well as numbers 1, 2, 3, and 5, with the following conditions. The applicant is to provide brick and mortar samples to staff for probable approval. Window glass would be the most translucent version available per 4.14, number 20, and 6.15, number 5. And all new masonry shall remain unpainted.
Could you please add the facts to the approval under number A, under letter A?
Sure. In addition, the project is being approved as window A's is not aligned with the second level window, and expanding the opening will bring it more closely into alignment with the second level window. Window A is also located at the right corner of the house, which is not a primary elevation and is not visible from the public right of way. The mid-1980s addition does not have any windows on the first level, and adding window B on a long blank wall brings the existing non-conforming addition more into compliance with the design standards for doors and windows, 6.15.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Taylor. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm?
Yes.
Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to pass with condition, or motion to approve with condition passes 9-0.
Our last consent agenda item is 400 East Kingston Avenue. This project was originally approved by the commission last September. Staff issued a COA in November, and they are requesting changes to the approved COA. As a reminder, 400 East Kingston is also a landmark property, and these projects have gone before the Landmark Commission. The Landmark Commission elected to review only one of the 3 projects itself and sent the other 2 to staff. So the commission reviewed the sleeping porch changes itself and did approve it with some minor conditions. And they sent the kitchen window and the front porch window change to Landmark staff. So staff will work with you and our staff on whatever this commission decides. The changes are shown on starting on slide 6. Originally, so we'll talk about the sleeping porch right back here. I believe it's Cleveland Avenue, so it's visible to the street, which is why staff can't approve the change. The existing conditions, and what was approved looks like this. They were going to keep it a screen porch, and they're asking to change the screens to casement windows. And that's the rear elevation. This is the side elevation facing Cleveland. Again, this was approved by the commission and the COA was issued for the elevation on top. This is the change being requested here. While we're on this, the second project is changes to these kitchen windows. So this is what was approved here with alignment with the header of the transom of the door. These are all new. There was one existing opening kind of centered on this, but this was used as storage, and what the commission approved was this to be filled in for heated space. They are asking to use these 2 actual windows right here. That will be then, and the actual door that will be, they want to install aligned with the header of the door instead of the header of the transom. And then there, as you can see side by side here, the change. The other change is, oh, and this was at the existing conditions before anything was approved. The other change, I believe staff can approve it, but we wanted to bring it to the commission so you could see what was going on. And I think it aligns with maybe some discussion the commission had when we originally reviewed this. There's an existing window here. And when they were going through and doing sort of the demolition to reconstruct everything, they found that the opening on slide 17 was actually there. So the original opening goes to the floor and matches the heights of the openings on the left elevation. And they had filled it in with just this other window and they want to reopen it back up. So those are the three changes. Staff is recommending the kitchen header height be aligned with remain aligned with the header of the transom because there are no other, it aligns with all the other headers on the house. And this just, you know, it is in a different plane. It's stepped back, but every other window in the house aligns. So that is the one condition that staff has recommended for approval. We do have the applicant or the property owner here with us. And that concludes my presentation. Over to you, Chair Bell.
Does any commissioner oppose to keeping this on consent? Is there a motion?
I would make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to approve this project with condition as the project is not incongruous with the Dilworth Local Historic District and meets the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation numbers 1, 2, 6, 9, and 10 in the City of Charlotte Design Standards, page 2.6. Does that say 1.E?
It does.
Okay, thank you. And new construction for residential buildings, chapter 6, doors and windows, 6.15. The project is being approved because the windows still allow the space to be read as a sleeping porch and are easily reversible back to the screens. Other sleeping porches on corner lots in Dilworth have been approved for changes from screens to windows. An example of that is 828 East Boulevard. The Charlotte Mecklenburg Historic Landmarks Commission, HLC, approved the sleeping porch windows with details to be worked out with staff as at its May 9th, 2026 meeting. For the kitchen windows on the right elevation, the applicant is using wood salvaged windows dating to the same era of construction as the original house. The requested front porch window change is a true restoration to the original configuration, is documented with photographic evidence. The condition of approval are as follows. The header height of the new kitchen window on the right elevation should be consistent with the other windows on the house, not the header height of the side entry door.
Okay, is there a second?
Second?
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock? Commissioner Kerm? Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell? Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0.
Okay, we're moving on to our next application, which is 429 West Park Avenue. And I believe the applicant is online.
No,
No,
they're not online. Marcus, no.
okay.
Well, if we don't have the applicant, then we'll skip to the next application. Is Jason with us?
Jason, yes.
Okay.
Awesome. So we are moving on to 1501 South Mint Street. And I'm going to hand it over to Elizabeth to present.
Just let me let Chair all know, I've got a repeated, projects owned by. Yes.
All right, we have our next project. Okay. All righty. 1501 South Mint Street. This was continued from the May 13th meeting for perimeter fencing, paver walkway, temporary structures, accessory structure and food truck, and the walk-in cooler and fence. We have the revised proposal on page 2 of the staff memo with staff comments on page 3 in the black type. And we have responses from the applicant on page 5. Excuse me. Page 12, excuse me. Responses from the applicant on page 12 and 13. And then we have revised drawings on pages 14 and 15. Let's see. We have Jason. All right, Jason, have you been sworn in? And we can't hear you.
Looks like Jason's trying to get his audio to work. Jason, can you hear us? What? It looks like you're on mute now.
All right, am I here?
There we
Yes,
go.
We can hear you.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
have you been sworn in yet, Jason?
I have not, I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, and you can say your name, state your name and address for the court reporter, and just let me know where you want to get started.
Good afternoon. Jason Hood, 707 McNinch Street is my office. And thank you for the feedback. I think it may just be me today without the owners, but we did receive the feedback from last month's presentations. Thank you much for that. And really, if I could just go through that, I think to address or to indicate how we address these items. I'll kind of jump around in the thought being that we'll start with sort of the easier items first and get into the more complex items for the end. There was item number 2, the paver walkway. I've spoken with the owners, and they have no objection to removing that paver walkway. It was originally concrete. I think that when they removed the gasoline tanks from the ground, they just put the paver walkway back, thinking it was a better material, but that doesn't seem to be the case. So they're okay with removing the pavers and replacing it back with concrete. That is the ADA access to the buildings. So we do need a path there for ADA. Yeah, right there. So that's where everybody's okay with item number 2, removing those. The walk-in cooler that was originally in front of the building has been moved to the rear. I think that was a recommendation, and the owners are okay with that as well. The fencing around that cooler is the same fencing and details that was approved in a previous project, 2024-00685 for this site. So we've replicated those same details. So that's item number 5. Item number 3, we do have some we do have some notes on the plans that may have been seen or may not in terms of the timeline for the temporary structure, which would be that tent between the two buildings. I mean, the tent, and then there's a temporary bar in front of that tent as well, like an outdoor bar area. The intent is that those stay up until this phase 2 of the Tiber Creek project is completed, so that they have facilities inside the building, at which time the tent and the exterior bar can be removed. We don't have a specific date because we don't even have a starting point yet to begin the plan review process for that upfit, because we're required to have approval with this committee first, and then we can begin the approval process with the building department. And it's, at this point, it's just kind of a moving target, but we're hoping to, move this forward as quickly as possible. Those are the temporary structures. So the perimeter fencing, we've gone back and provided a revised detail. We also provided sort of an alternate detail in a subsequent follow-up. The owners are not opposed to changing the fence, but we did want to bring to light sort of a few items in that the fencing per the HDC standards, per the guidelines, is really for fencing for front lawns, or we don't have a front lawn on this commercial site. I've gone to the floor plan and actually highlighted all of the concrete areas for the site to sort of illustrate that this is a predominantly paved site. And that's what the hatching shows. The only non-paved areas are actually where the gasoline tanks were removed from the project. So that's a recent removal of that. It was at one point in time completely paved. And so it's just the application of this sort of residential fence in front of a yard that we're really wrestling with. Per the standards, 8.6, item number 4, it does not exceed the average height of the adjacent fences. All of the adjacent fences down Mint Street and across the block, I can't remember, I think it's Wilmore, are all chain link fences with barbed wire or razor wire or even electric. So we feel like that anything that we do is a far better design for this area than kind of what's there. There's really nothing there that this would be incongruous to. Again, scale and fencing the standards say should reflect the style and period of the house, which we obviously don't have a home on this commercial property. So again, we thought about, we just want to provide an alternate fence detail that's more in line with the commercial aspect of what this property really is. It's not a residential property with a lawn. It is a commercial property. And so we've just provided really the same sort of picket style fencing is really not the issue. The height is kind of the big one. I'm proposing a 3'6" high fence, which is a standard height of a guardrail that you would see on a commercial stair, or on the edge of a drop off, like a grade change, or if you were on a rooftop terrace or something, your typical guardrail would be 3'6". That's sort of a standard for safety in terms of height. And so we're proposing that as an alternate just for discussion. We just really think because of the busy streets, the two busy streets, and the traffic and the commercial aspect, it just feels like it should be more of a commercial style fence than a residential fence in front of a lawn. So that's the proposal for that, the fencing. The last item was the food truck. I don't think we were really prepared last time to discuss the food truck. It kind of sprung up on us. We didn't see it as being an issue, so I don't think we were very prepared, and I think we maybe confused the aspect just a little bit. That food truck, it does have a North Carolina license plate. It does have auto insurance. It does drive. It does move. It is. I don't know if the term registered, but it is a mobile food truck with the local health department that is tied to a commissary kitchen, which is a brick and mortar facility. And so it meets all of the requirements of a food truck. I've tried to further illustrate that it's on the existing parking area in front of that building and drive aisle and curb cut. And so I think that that's sort of a important piece, and we really don't feel like is too out of line for what would be on a commercial site like this that is completely paved. And so we've kept that as part of the project review. We did remove that the fencing over the curb cut. It was built as a construction barrier and just kind of never went down. But that fencing would be removed where the curb cut is. I know that was an issue on the previous presentation. So I think that covers sort of the points that we had. So I think that's at least the start of this from my end.
Marilyn, do we have any callers?
Okay. Any questions for this applicant? Yeah.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have a couple of questions. So I guess specifically around the fence and the food truck. The guidelines for fencing for safety purposes are typically engaged when there's an elevation change between one location and another so that people are not falling off something and hurting themselves more than just creating a barrier for walking in itself. I kind of want to ask staff, our traditional standards for railings for residential don't meet code requirements. Your fence, there is no code requirement because there's not a safety issue that is requiring you to have it. There's a license, I believe, for alcohol that is what you guys are dealing with, which is not in our purview. But, when we do fencing for residential, railings for residential, not fencing, but railings, we allow them to kind of put in that jump rail and kind of do some modifications to keep the design consistent, but also meet code. Could we present something like that where it's a little bit more residential or a little bit more smaller in scale, but ask them to present it in a design that there's a big difference visually between that 3-foot post and the 3-foot 6-inch entire fence.
I'm not sure that the handrail standard would work in this situation because it's not like.
It's really fence. Okay.
Yeah, because it's more of a fence.
Okay.
And our fencing standards have, the 3-foot on front yard fences.
He's just referring to it as something that was more of a separation and almost the way that he was describing it, it's almost like they're trying to use it as a rail, not as a fence.
And they do have some other, commercial aspects to their request, but you would have to, as the commission, decide, you would have to have like a good reason for approving a variation to the fencing standards. I'm not sure the handrail standard would be
appropriate,
the right one.
Yeah,
to
yeah.
use.
Okay. I mean, Jason, they want this fence for liquor use, right? I mean,
Well,
that's what
I
this
don't
is
think it's
for?
a sword that everybody wants to die on, but it's a request. I mean, we've been made aware of other fencing adjustments for like Ed's Tavern, for a similar type use for the neighbors and around. That was more for the neighbors. This is truly more for the property here, in
Right.
terms of safety. I think that the HDC standard is a 3-foot post and a 2'6" fence. So the fence itself is only 30 inches. And 30 inches is, you can step over that.
Correct.
Whereas a 3'6", that's the entire, top of the fence.
But your fence doesn't cover the entire property either, does it? I mean, it's not wrapping the whole site plan. It's a section on that corner, is it not?
It's a pretty good amount. I mean, it's from curb cut to curb cut. Yeah.
Okay.
And then we do have future plans for that third building as well, and we just,
Sure.
once we get to it. So it's something that's in the future, but
Okay.
you're correct. And again, I just try to use more of a commercial number, just to try and find some starting point.
And I hope this is not off topic, but have you guys even explored like planter boxes with plants in them versus actually having a built-in physical fence barrier? I mean, I know,
there
I
are
appreciate their vegetation that they were trying to grow things. I appreciate that effort, but I mean, I feel like there might be something that's a little bit more temporary to meet their needs.
Sure, yeah, and there are a lot of planters on the site already. Again, I just wanted to provide an alternative. If it's a no-go on that, the fence being moved back with the 18-inch planting strip, and that fence at the end of the day, if that's what they're going to get, that's what they're going to get. But we did want to voice concern with just safety and the intersection being very busy there. And we're at the very edge of the historic district as well. That fence faces the non-historic, the other side of the street is non-historic. So proximity and, I know it all matters, but we are on the very, very edge of the district. And all of the surrounding neighbors have chain link fences with razor wire. And I'm just, in terms of design, it's a far better, either fence is a far better design than what's around.
Okay. So, and then this food truck. So I understand now that this is a temporary, not permanent, it can move,
Correct.
and
And
so
that
if we
yeah, we
look
didn't
at
describe it correctly in the first meeting, and that's on us.
Sure. But our guidelines do say that if there's going to be parking kind of in the front of spaces, and, again, our guidelines are based more on residential. So I'd like to find out what the other commissioners are thinking, but it does say that there should be some sort of, I had the guideline. Sorry. Give me 1 second and I will find it again. So though I did not, the 8-foot wooden privacy fence was not didn't necessarily meet our guidelines either. There was some notes about having some sort of separation between the parking and it being fully in view.
Right.
But I'm going to look for that and I'm going to let the other commissioners ask their questions.
Chrissy.
We have someone from the public who joined and wants to speak, and then, oh, he dropped off. Maybe having some technical issues joining in. So we'll let you know when he's back. And then, just a note about fencing, we specifically don't have standards for commercial fencing. So it's like, I don't know that we can apply residential fencing standards to a commercial property. I agree with, it's more of like a barrier and more of a site feature. So maybe considering it more as a site feature than an actual fence.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, are you planning on actually using that for parking? Are you gonna line that and park people there?
I don't think that the plan is to use it for parking. The site doesn't require any parking, but it was there from previous uses and approvals and hasn't been removed.
Okay, we have the caller back.
Yeah. Hey, good afternoon.
Okay, before you start, have you been sworn in?
Negative.
And do you have video? Can you please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? We can't, you're on mute.
Uh-oh.
I do.
Okay. Can you state your name and address for the court reporter?
Yeah. Hi. Paul Henningsen, 327 West Park Ave. Apologies for being late.
Okay, you can go. Oops. You can go ahead with your comments.
All right. Hi, commissioners. Good afternoon. Again, apologies for not being in person. Apologies for being late, but I did want to say a couple of words on this application for 1501 South Mint Street. I wanted to comment on two of the items in the application. I wanted to start with the perimeter fencing and then talk about the accessory structure or food truck. So, first starting with perimeter fencing, I would ask the commission to consider the applicant's alternative in the supplement. We all know that standard 8.6 number 4 states that the post height needs to be 36 inches for posts and 30 inches for pickets. And I would also add that that is typically the guideline for houses with front yards. And this is an incredibly unique property. It's always been commercial. As the applicant said, it is at the edge of the Wilmore Historic District. Again, asking that the commission consider a slightly higher height in their alternative design. At 3.5 feet, it's really not that much higher than the standard for residential properties. And 3.5 feet is the typical height for stairs, decks, balconies, things. I would ask that the commission consider the fact the location. It is at an incredibly busy intersection. There's a lot of people that don't know how to go through and navigate four-way stops. But that small incremental increase in height would add an element of safety, kids, dogs from getting out in the street, or, pedestrians that want to hop the fence, maybe make it a little more difficult. But again, since we're at the edge of the historic district on a really busy intersection, that small increase will add some safety, and it's still minimizing the impact from the street to the buildings. So that's the first item. I wanted to move on to the accessory structure of food truck, and 100% agree on the staff notes. I mean, this property was originally a commercial property. It was built in the 1950s, gas station, service station, garage. Cars historically would be parked everywhere, in front, on the side, on the other side. So having a commercial truck that's parked beside a garage in where the original driveway would be, it is not incongruous. And I would also say that from an HDC standards perspective, that the standards for using residential as an example don't really dictate where the owner, the renter, the resident parks their car in the actual driveway. It really dictates that the driveway needs to, for houses, extend to the rear corner of the house as to not obstruct the house. Now, since this truck it does sit on a driveway, it is a truck, can be moved. It's parked in an intended place for a service center or a gas station back in the 1950s. It can be moved. And I know last meeting, everybody had talked about, is it permanent? Is it not permanent? Just the intent or use of a building, or the intent or use of a truck to be used temporarily as a food truck or whatever. really, I couldn't find any standards on that. So I guess in summary, my comments are, I do agree with the staff notes. There should be, based on standard 8.3 number 9. I support, and the applicants support. I hope we all support the truck being, parked, because it can be moved, in that driveway or in that parking spot that's right beside a historic garage, probably where other cars parked once upon a time. But that's all the feedback that I had. Again, really appreciate the time. Apologies for being late. Commissioners, some friendly face, some old faces and new faces out there. Again, thank you for your service, and I know you guys have a difficult job, so thank you.
Thank you, PJ.
All right, does anybody have any other questions for the applicant before we close for deliberation?
I wanted to ask about the temporary structure and the timeline. I think, Jason, you said that there isn't a timeline. You don't know what that will be. Can you just estimate at all what because that one's challenging
Sure.
for me, just from could this get delayed and then we have these temporary structures that we wouldn't normally allow for, years?
Right.
Can you just speak to that, man?
Absolutely. I mean, the hope would be is, let's hope we could get approval very soon on the HDC. I would anticipate a plan review for the interior upfit would probably take 6 weeks. I would anticipate the construction may take 2.5 months. So we're looking at call it 4 to 5 month period. A lot at play in that, but I mean, that's sort of the timeline. I mean, they want to get the new building open, as quickly as possible. It has additional restrooms, which is very important. So we'd like to keep things moving as quickly as possible.
But the permit has already been put in for that structure, right? I mean, that's not part of this particular application.
It is not, but we're required to have this approval from this to submit those plans for building permit.
Okay.
So plans
That's
are
the whole
ready to
site,
go.
the whole
We've completed the entire set of documents for review. We just can't submit them until we get this.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you confirm when the temporary is removed? Is it after phase 3 or after phase 2?
After phase 2. Which is correct.
Any other questions before we close? Okay, we are now closed for deliberation. So it seems like from last month, the fence and the food truck, they addressed everything else. So it's like the fence and the food truck. Are there any other comments about them, or how are people feeling about their responses?
They talked about the walkway and the cooler.
Mhm.
Those are good. I mean, in terms of what we requested, in terms of direct reference to our guidelines. I mean, can't we just ask them to place a timeline? And if they need to readdress it, we can just say you have 6 months for the temporary tent. And then if that needs to be readdressed, have them come back and,
He just said it, just triple it. He said 3 months, quadruple it. So it's a year, it's a year and a half. I mean.
well, at what point is it temporary anymore? A year and a half
It's
is not.
temporary until phase 2 is done, and they've got the plans done, they're trying to get a permit.
Yeah, they can't do it until we.
Why don't we just say,
But can't we just
That
put a
we-
condition on the approval?
yeah, that's what I'm saying. You need
Or
to do
if
it
it's not
for a
down at
year or,
12 months, then.
yeah. Then we need to
They need to come back.
reevaluate it.
Approvals are only good for 12 months anyway. So
For
like
how many?
for 12
12
months,
months.
and you can
Okay.
put a condition saying, we're approving this temporary structure for 12 months.
Okay.
We can write it in the COA, and you can say it with the fact that if it needs to be extended, they can, you can either give staff the authority to extend it for like another 12 months, Or you can say if it needs to be extended, we'd like the applicant
Proof.
to return.
Well, and can't we just say that there's proof that they're in the process of
Sure.
applying for the permit or something like that?
Yeah.
I mean, we ask for construction drawings. Can't we just ask that for true documentation that the work's being?
Yeah, and so for temporary tents, like they have to have a temporary permit anyway.
Okay.
And those are usually only good for 6 months. They just have to keep renewing those permits.
Okay.
I know your concern is that it's just not there forever and they
Right.
never finish phase 2.
Sure,
Yeah,
that's what
so,
it is. Yeah.
you can definitely,
Okay.
definitely work that in. Yeah. Yeah. We did that with, the Dilworth Animal Hospital. They had a temporary trailer in the back, for their surgeries while they were rebuilding the building that burned. They
Years.
did have it for years.
Okay.
But it was also not visible from the street and in the back and
That didn't look like
It was-
that bar.
it was.
Yeah.
It was, yeah, yeah, but, yes, they sometimes take longer than we think, but, you can make very specific requirements so that staff knows what to do.
So, and then, so the next thing, if we don't really have guidelines for the fences, for the fencing, it sounds like it's purely safety so that kids and animals and people aren't just transitioning from the street to the private property of the commercial facility. I mean,
I
what do
mean,
you guys think about
I
that?
think this is a good example of a completely unique property that we're splitting atoms over on 6 inches or 8 inches or whatever it is. I mean.
We're trying to apply residential
Yeah,
guidelines.
Right.
I'm just, you know, the intent is, their intent is good and it's there and it's, you know, and it falls a little bit out of our standards because it's commercial property and it's a corner lot and it's surrounded by commercial properties and,
An edge of the district.
yeah, I mean, there's all the.
We have all the supporting information if everybody's comfortable with it. I feel like.
The fence as is?
Well, maybe
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't, that's the next
we
question.
push it into staff.
Well, and then there's still the guidelines that there needs to be more space. There needs to still be a planting buffer between the two.
They have it.
They did.
Yeah,
It's on
like
there.
in the proposal, I mean, in this proposal. So it can't be the existing one because the existing one is is not set in the correct location.
The existing fence would not be set in the correct location based off the residential standards, yes.
That's true. That is true. So if we're not using the residential standards, then,
Correct.
so then the question is, do we feel like the style of the existing fencing is appropriate?
I think it's more appropriate than any of the residential type fences that have been proposed.
Quick question, did we
Yeah.
close the hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we're in. Sorry.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It should be I mean, I don't know, I think I think it should be a more commercial feeling fence
Yeah.
than a 3-foot picket fence in the yard.
Agreed.
I feel like if we can justify the higher elevation, then I feel like we can justify the difference in design because they're in tandem with each other.
Yeah, I think it would be incongruous to have a residential style fence in front of a commercial
building.
property.
They still have to redo this. I mean, this is still too tall. I mean, it's pretty tall still.
I thought it was the 6.
It's 3'9".
Yeah, this is 3'9".
That's what's currently there.
Yes, this one currently.
Well,
What are they
not,
requesting?
if we're requesting 3'6", then we can say 3'9".
3 inches, I mean.
I mean, I don't think
They're requesting if you go, so they're gonna remove this, if you go to the agenda supplement, go to slide 4.
but what we're saying is we don't actually think that that's an appropriate style to go with a commercial.
Well, and what you can do is like, ask him to show you examples of other barriers at commercial properties, if this is a hang up, like if the design's a hang up.
I mean,
Unless you are willing to accept, a fence style barrier. It's up to y'all.
Willing to accept.
I was gonna say it then, I mean,
I don't want to see this again.
Why don't we ask the applicant? Why don't you ask the
Can we go back
applicant?
and ask?
I think the applicant suggested that he would prefer to leave the fence in place.
But
Okay.
it still doesn't have the planting strip. I think we need to at least.
It has a smaller planting
In the
strip.
new, in the new proposal, they are proposing the appropriate planting strip that meets the guidelines.
But
But
again,
what's
the-
here now is not.
The guidelines are residential guidelines. We're talking about.
On corner lots, I think it is, we do recommend, buffers between any kind of retaining wall or any barrier on a corner lot to provide that relief. So I think, that's perfectly appropriate. I would just say, let's open up, ask Jason and ask him what he wants, so we have some clarity maybe.
We will
Up there what they want.
That's
will-
what we need to ask.
so let's reopen. Jason, can you answer the question that you've been listening to?
Yeah, and thank you truly for your consideration. I mean, ideally, they would like to keep the fences there, and I agree. I think it looks more in line with the overall vision of what this property is supposed to be. And we are trying to apply, residential fencing standards to a commercial property. And I think that actually would be worse, a worse condition. So I agree with everything that you're talking about. But they would like to keep this if we can. We didn't want to just, we were trying to respond to comments, but they would love to keep this if possible.
And Jason, with this fence style, the vines, that it's supposed to be a living fence, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct. It's supposed to be really a very green. The hope is that you don't see the fence when the vines take over. And they planted a lot of trees on this site, and they have a lot of flowers and all types of greenery on this site. And that's the overall design intent for the entire parcel, is to have lots of greenery, and this would be a green fence.
So in the future, it'll look like a hedge.
That's correct. That's right.
I did walk by there recently and they did have more vines growing in there.
You guys talked about last time about just making sure it was the right type of vine for the standards. Was that
Not the plant itself.
That'll work.
Before, when we were talking about it, it was the overall style and then the sizing and then the planting strip. But if that is going to be the plant itself, does that not have an impact?
Are we closed or?
Okay, yeah.
Oh.
that's what I was
Oh,
gonna say.
sorry, sorry.
Are there any other questions for Jason? All right, we will reclose.
I mean, I think the fence as is more representative of a site wall as opposed to a fencing, as it doesn't enclose anything. The intention of it being a living wall, a green wall, it appears, having driven by it every day for the last 2 years, that it is Carolina jasmine, which is a vine that is intended to grow along a wire mesh or some other substrate, and the intention is for them to grow together and not out into the street. I would be leery of a planting strip even 6 inches wider with bushes in front of it, becoming an eyesore faster than the vine itself that would soon, probably within the next 18 months, overtake 90% of this enclosure. And I would be more than willing to approve the fence as is. As it is, does lie outside the guidelines, which are reflective more of residential style fences on residential properties.
Can we ask them to keep something planted on it?
Yes, you can put a condition in that it remains, more like a vegetative hedge. Jen had a comment about, what happens in the winter? What will it look like? That sort of thing as
Well,
consideration.
depending
It's
on the.
evergreen.
It's evergreen.
I
Okay,
was gonna
there you
say,
go.
usually
That
it
answers it.
doesn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's fair because basically the structure is there supporting the vegetation. The planting strip is for vegetation. So, I mean, it's kind of a combination of what we've been asking for, just in more of a commercial style.
Okay, so we seem to be okay with the fence, the food truck. I'm just trying to get
Yeah.
the food truck.
Yeah.
I'm
The
just
vehicle.
asking, is everybody okay to be able to somebody make a motion?
Yeah, so, I mean,
I think the key there was that 8-foot tall fence disappearing, that's in front of it, and they agreed the revised proposal has that being removed.
Okay. So the motion then seems to have some conditions about the vegetation, leaving the fence. Who is crap? Temporary timeframe. Anybody want to take a shot? Y'all were all literally just jumping to this along.
I was looking back at the staff notes to see.
I think the staff notes, you could probably use those if somebody wants to.
Seriously.
Especially for the food truck. The fence has been changed to the commission's liking, so.
Well, I will make a motion if somebody will help me. So, based on the reasons that this application was continued in the presentation that has been presented to us today, I would like to approve the project with conditions. Based on the walkways, changing to concrete that does meet our guidelines. With materials, so is that do we do walkways, do we do materials?
I think that if you read the staff notes that
Yeah.
are on the screen, I think you could.
8.2.
Page 3.
Thank you, I see it, this one, right here, no, up there.
Please. Just read.
Oh, I should have started with the fencing, sorry. Okay, so, walkways 8.2, number 2, and then the temporary structure, we would like to impose a 12-month timeline if at that time, 12-month timeline for the temporary bar and tent, if after those 12 months, they need to come back to staff or commission based on, the completion of their phase 2. For the accessory structure, we are treating that as kind of a site appendage / temporary element that is being licensed, that's licensed separately. The narrative of the food truck in the historic designated parking area is not incongruous with the design standards for parking 8.3, number 9. The property was previously a gas station. The food truck is parked on asphalt and a former designated parking lot. The subject property is located in an industrial area of Wilmore. Retaining the food truck at the current location may be granted solely for this property and applies exclusively to Tiber Creek Pub. The authorization is limited to this site and owners because of the special circumstances described above. The proposed location of the walk-in cooler and associated enclosure is not incongruous with the design standards for site appendices. I cannot say that. What does that say? Appurtenance. Yes, that. 8.9, number 1. Let's see. Do we need to restudy the fence enclosure? I thought it matched the enclosure of the.
That was their thing. You could it.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we're good with the enclosure matching the existing.
I think you can say the fence and then the vegetation.
Well, that's for says walkway and cooler for the fence,
sorry,
that
wrong
guy,
fence.
yeah, that.
Sorry.
That's okay. Okay. And then going back to the first one, which was the perimeter fencing, we are actually approving the existing fence as it is installed with the vegetation. We are describing it as a living fence and that we request that vegetation be planted and grown, maintained as the fence and plant itself will become the space for the natural planting. We are approving it because this is a commercial space and the guidelines for our residential fencing are not applicable in this application. It is on a corner lot and we are on the edge of the district and where's that? This is applicable to this property only in this particular application.
And just for clarity on the fence, it's to maintain vegetation year-round for the existence of the fence. And should the vegetation be removed, the fence goes too.
Yes, the
Thank you.
vegetation and the fence are one.
Yes.
They are supportive of each other and it needs to be an evergreen planting
For year-round growth.
for real year-round greenery.
Vegetation, greenery.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Allred, any discussion?
Should we add just a note that that we're approving the taller 8-foot fence on the enclosure as an exception to the normal rear height limit because it was it's the same as a previously approved application. I mean, the previously.
Okay, that's what we were talking, the
yeah.
enclosure was what I was wondering
Yes.
when we were saying that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was the same height that on the one that was on the application that was approved back in 2023.
Yeah, so the proposed cooler equipment fence enclosure is 8 feet tall. We're approving that because there is an existing condition that was approved previously on site.
Reset.
That, okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason.
You hope to see you soon.
Thank you. Our next application, so we still don't have the applicant for number 6, so we are moving on to number 8. And Jen will be presenting this application. Marilyn, are the applicants online?
We both actually over now.
Let the record show that Commissioner Holtz has returned.
Yes, I am here.
Ashley, have you been sworn in?
No, I have not.
And I guess the other Ashley too, if you've not been sworn in, can you please do that now?
If there is anyone online or in the room who has not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Same.
All right, so this application is for a new multifamily building at the southeast corner of Wilmore Drive and Wooddale Terrace. We have the staff report starting on page 1 and goes through page 8. And I just wanted to explain this staff report is a little different than what we're used to. We switched it up a little bit. We broke it down into starting with the bigger picture items, the larger context related items at the beginning. And then we have the project details starting on page 3. So we were trying to respond to some feedback that we've received in the past where we have larger projects, and to get through those, we tried to break them up based on our standards. And then we have on page 9, we have, oh, I'm sorry, go back. Yeah.
One more explainer. the commission had asked us to only present the large project details for large projects. But staff was reviewing this project, and you'll see on slide 6, starting on the bottom of slide 5, under the staff comments, in reviewing this project, if you scroll up just a bit, Jen, we only had comments about setback. And so staff did get into the details on this. We entered it thinking we weren't going to, but we did, because, staff didn't really have any comments about the big stuff. So just explaining that we're trying to be responsive, but, this one was a little different. So yeah, we thought it was good. So back to Jen.
Thanks, Kristen. We have the map on page 9. So we have the property here. The 2 existing buildings were previously approved for demolition. We have the applicant's project descriptions on page 10 through 12. And then the context photos start on 15. And then the plans are down here on page, site plan is on page 37, and then elevations start on page 42. So Ashley, I'll turn it over to you. Just let me know where you'd like to start, and if you could just give us your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, my name is Ashley Jimenez. My address is 419 South Mulberry Street, Statesville, North Carolina, 28677. Okay, let's start with existing conditions. So we do have 2 buildings that are on the same property right now. They are not connected buildings. They are 2 unique buildings that stand alone. We do have a significant amount of elevation drop from the right boundary line down to the street. So this is a corner lot at the corner of Wilmore Drive and Wooddale Terrace. This is kind of the low spot where Wilmore comes down and Wooddale Terrace comes down in elevation. So the front left corner of our property is that low spot. So we are significant in our height differences. Yes, this is a helpful visual.
Sorry, I was just trying to get to the survey, Ashley.
Thank you. So you can see everything to the left goes uphill on Wooddale Terrace. And so we've looked at Wooddale Terrace for our context for this, what is the left elevation that we're looking at here, using Wilmore Drive as the front elevation. So other existing conditions, we have historic to the left of the front elevation, continuing down Wilmore Drive to the left. We have historic to the right, going up Wilmore Drive and going up Wooddale Terrace. What is across the street is not historic. Let's see. Existing conditions as it relates to parking. I know that that is important for you all, and that is definitely something that a place where we started. So these existing street views here actually show a location. Let's see. I was looking at it on mine. I don't see it there. Maybe let's go to the existing site plan. This is not shown on the site plan, but it is there. Okay, back left corner, we see this line that comes across horizontally. It says wall. There's actually another one separated from that, and the Google map shows there's a lot of vines and things growing up it, so it just kind of looks like vegetation that's out of control, but that was actually, I believe, a parking pad or a garage at one point. So parking was back there on the left, yes, for at least the rear, and then I'm not sure, rear building, and then I'm not sure where the parking is for that front building, but it would be on the left, more like on the street along that left boundary line or the street there at the left of the property. So we are also going to have all of our parking there on the left. I think some existing homes that are, or let's look at the property that's right next door. There is a multifamily property right next door. Yes, that one. So our building would be to the left of this. And these are, this kind of has a courtyard in the center where the doors are then on the side versus facing the front of the house or the front of the street. So they do have parking. I guess that's in the front. Okay. And then if we go to our front, can we look at our existing front? You can see that there's not parking there. So we do have a walkway from the street, which we would intend to replace and do another walkway with steps if needed for elevation changes. And so I think maybe that is it for existing conditions. And context, there's just a lot of homes within where we're at. We're nice and centrally located, so we have a lot of different directions to go. This is going to the left as you're looking at the front, down Wilmore Drive. You kind of see all of these fronts. 1 story or story and a half, so that is our intention with this new construction. We are going with bungalow style. And then I think the really important context is Wooddale Terrace, because it is very unique in the fact that it has all of this elevation change, which we don't have much in Charlotte, but we sure have it on this street. And so as we're looking up Wooddale Terrace, we see some driveways that go up with garages incorporated in the basement level of the home. So we can see one there. So it's a little bit of a challenge to see with the sun. There's often porches that are kind of elevated, sometimes above those garages. We have another example here. This looks like they put a double door on it, but off of the driveway. Not sure if that one would be considered historic, but that is also on our street. And on the same side of our street, it seems what would be our left elevation going up on that same side. That's the side that tends to have these garages on that basement level, where the land is going up in the backyard of these homes, very similar to ours. Okay. Let's look at our new site plan. So I did one that was an overlay where we didn't have that gray showing. And I think that would be a good visual if we have that here to take a look at, because you can see the existing structures that are there and then how these overlay on top. If we don't have that, maybe we can just go back and forth between the two. But this is our proposed. We are proposing 3 units. The new UDO zoning allows for 3 units to fit on this site. So it is considered a triplex. Our front unit, or unit 1, is at the front, and then we have unit 2 in the middle, unit 3 in the back. Unit 1 would have a front elevation and front door facing Wilmore Drive. Units 2 and units 3 would have front doors facing Wooddale Terrace. Let's see if I need, okay, we did the site plan. Okay, we are on elevations. So this is our left elevation on Wooddale Terrace with those 3 units. We came, I don't know if any of the commissioners remember, but we came in for a workshop kind of right at the beginning of one of the other meetings. It's been a few months, where we showed our conceptual design, hand-drawn elevation. And we did have on the first and third unit, so the right and left unit that we're looking at here, we did have 2-car garages, and we got a sense from the commission that that was not going to be something that would be approved. So we have changed that to single-car garages for each unit. And in the middle unit, we have a front porch with unpainted brick that sits in front of that garage door, which helps to kind of break up this elevation, recess that a little bit. And we have our individual roof lines over our front porches. We are utilizing brick at our front porch foundations. So I think you can see that here, the far left unit. We have 2 brick columns that go up to a framed porch. On the middle unit, we have our brick archway. And then on the front unit, we just have some more commonly kind of the column sitting on a masonry stool. Then the rest of the foundations would be a stucco parge. On these porches, we are doing a wrapped painted column with tongue and groove wood. Each of the units will have double hung windows. We have changed up the middle unit to have a unique grid pattern on the muttons, to kind of, again, break this up, get a sense of each unit. Let's go to the front elevation. Each of these dormers that we're seeing are set off of the exterior walls below that, so that is accounted for on each of these. Our front elevation, it's amazing how little this looks, and then you turn the corner and it keeps going. So here we have our bungalow front elevation with our hipped roof on the front porch. We plan to do a stucco parge between the brick pillars on the front porch, and it will be a framed front porch. All of these porches will be framed with a wood finish. Okay, let's see here. Okay, porch sections. We have provided details for all of our architectural details here. Our double hung window, our casing details, our double window with the extra wide casing in between, our railing details. We do have a question as it relates to the material for the railing. Obviously, most people would love a metal railing for maintenance purposes, so we would like to request that if at all possible, but open to doing a wood railing if that is not an option for us. We also have some porch section details that shows our beam to our column and our typical wall section and typical cornice section and trim detail. Let's see. We have done and written up in our summary the different directions of these. And then I think, I think we looked at the streetscape elevations already, but maybe let's look at those one more time. Here we have, you can see here that grade difference as we come down Wilmore Drive, and you can see where Wooddale Terrace shoots back up there where that car is located, and the amount of elevation drop that we have. You can see those 2 multifamily units beside us, and then we are here with our left elevation going up Wooddale Terrace. And I think the biggest piece here is we did some awesome renderings that really kind of show you what the project is going to be before it's reality. I think they look fantastic. I hope they help you all with any questions that you have and help you to visualize all of the different ins and outs and unique pieces that we've designed into this property. All of the doors would be wood. We would prefer to do a painted garage door if possible. And we do have a sliding glass door on the back of Unit 3. So that is this rear elevation that we're looking at. So that is the opposite side of Wilmore. So that would be the rear elevation. There's some significant trees kind of between the properties. With the elevation change, I don't believe that this would be highly visible. So definitely something we would prefer to do a slider, but are willing to discuss. with everyone. So something that I picked up, and as we're looking at our contacts going up Wooddale Terrace, is a lot of these elevations with the garages had, some other land that kind of raises up in addition to the garages. Yeah, and I think let's look at an example. Yes, so here we go. So, we have this driveway coming in with the garage there, but then you have that elevation change as it goes up to the left. And our intention would be to do that. So if we go to our left elevation now, when we had the 2-car garages in there, that was going to be more of a challenge to accomplish. Going to a 1-car garage, we are doing our best to provide an access to unit 3 on the far left, and you can see this kind of low retaining wall, stucco retaining wall right there, where we're trying to bring our grade up. So we've got to provide that parking off the street level, but also take into consideration all of the existing homes on the neighborhood and what they're doing, so getting that elevation raised. And then you can see the same on the right side here, allowing that grade to go back up. Okay, we have heights on here. They are also in the summary. We have the street elevations, which show those heights. Each of the levels are at 9 feet right now, ceiling height. We do have lower plate heights on the dormers upstairs. So we are taking into account all of the things that I know are important to you all in regards to height, and getting those roof penetrations to be a little bit smaller than the main level. And I'm happy to answer any additional questions, add any additional clarity that would be needed. And staff, if you have anything that you think I should touch on that I haven't talked about, I'd love to hear that too.
Thanks, Ashley. Looks like we have a couple callers online.
Jessica and Eric.
Jessica or Eric, do you have any comments on the multifamily at Wilmore and Wooddale Terrace?
No.
All right, we can move on, open it up to questions.
All right. Any questions or comments for the applicant?
Please ask.
The elevations.
No, go.
I'm sorry? Oh, the elevations indicate that you have some low slope roofs, but also indicate that they are covered with asphalt shingles. Is that what you're proposing, or is there another material that you'll be utilizing on the low slope
May
roofs?
you point out which ones? Do you mean the dormers here? So
Yes.
those shed
As well as
dormers.
the roof,
Mhm.
as well as the roof over the, and I just lost it.
The front elevation, the front
Yeah.
porch.
Those are the three.
Yep. So those would be shingles with an ice and water shield below it. I actually think we have an opportunity to raise the pitch on that front one that we're looking at the side profile of right now, on the far right. We do have a little bit of height there if we do want to raise that, but these other dormers we really don't, knowing that, we need to get some pitch on there, but we don't want that to hit the ridge. So we're, keeping that down from the ridge by using those lower slopes. So those will be asphalt shingles with ice and water shield under.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're getting into the detail. I take it. We're good with that. If I ask detailed questions.
I'm ready.
All right. So, the I guess, 3 questions. What are the stairs or stringers made of going up to those apartments? What is can you scroll over to the left for a second? Other left, yep. The, that porch and the step down there and like that frieze on the porch or skirt board on the porch, it goes from 12 inches or 2 feet down and the step down to 12 inches and then I guess there's no real detail shown on that. That could
Okay.
be a pretty clumsy detail or a contractor could really screw that up. And then the column there that is supporting, yeah, that looks like just a wrapped column or something that's out into the elements, which I would question whether that's actually gonna be that, what is that, I guess? And then
Yes.
I think I had a similar you scroll all the way over to the right, same detail of where it turns, but it's not as bad. Where that front porch turns and it intersects with the Parge coat and whatnot, that'd probably work out fine.
We've got that CMU with the Parge set inside of the brick column. So you will have the brick setting proud of those CMU with Parge.
Yeah, that's a little more straightforward.
Yep, I see what you're speaking to on those. Do you have any other questions you'd like me to address before I answer those?
That's fine, fire away.
Very good. So most of these were for unit 3. So if we could go to the left. So the stair stringers would be built out of pressure treated lumber. And then it would have a wood finish. So a pressure treated wood tread. I don't believe you all allow composite. Am I correct in that?
We allow composite treads, not if horizontal surfaces. We have allowed composite before, but that ultimately is up to the commission.
Very good. So, with these all being connected and maintenance being a factor when you're living in a multifamily situation where you can't control exactly what your neighbor's maintaining, yet it affects your values and the way your house looks. Of course, we're looking for any materials that offer less maintenance. So composite would be a wonderful thing if we were able to do that. So wood or composite based on what the commission would like for our tread material, but the stringers would be built out of pressure treated wood and then would have a trim board added to it to give us our painted material finish. And then I agree with you. I could do a little more detailing, especially on this left porch here in regards to the trim there. So the deck material, okay, so we did the deck material. The skirting material at the porches would be a cementitious trim that would be painted to cover the floor system. So I imagine with these decks, they're going to be a 2x10 floor system. There's nothing, no huge spans there that need anything bigger than that. So I would anticipate the trim being a 9 1/4 inch tall there. We could go 11 1/4 or to allow for a little overhang there. I'm going to say 11 1/4 on that horizontal material there to cover the framing on the left elevation, on the left side of that deck that we're looking at, or on, I'm sorry, the left elevation here on the side of that deck that's at the rear elevation, the open deck there. So we do have that post. That post is underneath the stairs. So the last one that you referenced over here, yes. So we want to draw attention to the main porch. It felt proper to me that the columns be under that main porch, be brick under the columns above. I think that's only appropriate. So I'm open to making this other column a brick post, but right now we are proposing it as a pressure treated post that would then be wrapped in a painted material.
3D design to show you that the stairs.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
So I'm
right there. There's a good shot of it.
So I'm not suggesting it should be brick. I'm just suggesting that in the spirit of low maintenance, that potentially could be less than low maintenance depending on how it's done. Can you go
I
back to
appreciate
that elevation? Because I did have one more question. On the far right, that furthest most right window looks really tight, like not much siding or, yeah, looks like siding between it and that corner board. What?
Do that. Yeah, we could certainly pull that off the corner a little bit there. Yeah, to allow that side casing and then the corner board, and we want to have a little bit of siding in between there, so we can certainly pull that off.
And to clarify, you're proposing 2 sliding glass doors? One on the right elevation, one on the rear?
I think, let's see. So definitely on the rear. And then here we can do a slider or a French door on that elevation. And I think this is a good elevation to talk about. We haven't talked about this one yet. So this one is up against that multifamily. And I believe I have a dimension of how far it will be away. I think it's is an important piece to look at. Yes, that's it right there. We are 20 feet away approximately. So we've got a 20-foot corridor and we have a change of elevation that's happening there. We are not going to see down into the space very much. Yes.
Just confirming, the exhibit being shown is showing your existing that are being demoed. I just wanted to confirm that you're implying that the new structure is going to be in the same side setback location.
Thank you. It is going to be on our side setback, but it is going to be closer to this. Thank you for that, pointing that out, Christy. Maybe let's look at what we have on the proposed, and then we'll look at the existing and do the math. So I believe we have a 5-foot wall, 5-foot setback. And then if we can go to the proposed, or I'm sorry, the existing survey. Let's see what our dimension is there. So we're slightly inside of that 5-foot. So we'll call it another maybe 4 feet. Doesn't quite look like 5. And it's a little different as you go back, but right there at the front, we'll call that 4 feet. So that would be an additional, so we will be 15 feet, 15 to 16 feet from the property next door. And they are both kind of long properties, long buildings that would kind of like if the units that we see next door, the multifamily, as we're looking from the street view, you're looking down that courtyard, you can't really see those front doors. It's going to be a similar look as we're looking down through these buildings. Yep. And so going back to clarify, we are asking for a sliding glass door on the rear elevation, and we be happy to put one on this right elevation as well, but open to a French door if needed.
Your muttons are variable across the building. Is that a rendering issue, or are you guys actually wanting to change that?
So we have the middle unit with different muttons. Are you seeing anything else that I'm not seeing in regards to that? Does it look like the upper dormer on unit 1 maybe has the wrong muttons?
Lift this up a little bit from this level of detail. I don't think we're there yet. This is Commissioner Holmes. I've got some questions about the overall form. You said you're going for a bungalow. This is not a bungalow vocabulary as far as I can tell. I defer to the architects, but to me, this goes much more, I understand that may have been your starting point, but there's so many modern elements that has kind of lost the charm that I usually associate with a bungalow setup. I would also say that while I understand the idea of setting the windows of unit 2 apart a bit, I don't think that they're inconsistent. They're not just different, they're inconsistent within themselves. Again, that may be a rendering issue, but it reads as very chaotic. So if you're gonna have windows that are the same if you're gonna differentiate unit 2 in some way, then all of those windows should be the same. They are not. Similarly, on the other units, you've got numerous types and sizes of windows. I think consistency is very important when you're trying to make those units feel as if they are separate entities. And I would say the overall roof complexity is, again, it reads to me as chaotic instead of charming, as one might find in the bungalow vocabulary. Can you talk about those issues?
Sure. So I think starting bungalows, you know, having a front porch, this left elevation, this left elevation is totally unique because of the parking situation that is created by the elevation change that's happening. So I know that that's a bit of a challenge when it comes to visualizing this as a bungalow. The roof forms are 1.5 stories, like a bungalow with dormers popping up. As far as the windows are concerned, we would certainly want them on each unit to be consistent. So we would make sure of that. In relationship to the window sizes, on the main level, and in this case, lower level on this far left unit, using the, Christy, help me out here. What's the book that you all reference? The patterns, something where the windows on the main level need to be bigger than the windows on the upper level.
Oh, Get Your House Right.
I believe that's it. Yes. So we have applied that idea to this. Our windows upstairs, of course, are going to be smaller than our windows on the main level. And then, of course, we have some interior conditions, such as the kitchen sink there. So the far left unit where we have our front door, just to the right of that front door, is a triple window, and that is for a kitchen sink. So I've got obviously a height piece there that has to be up off the ground. I think another thing that I see in bungalows is, and that we wanted to apply here, is kind of that main level roof line, oftentimes of the porch, that comes up underneath the window that's in an upper level. So did that, and if we can stay on this elevation, I think, yes. So here we go. So front, I think we've accomplished that. If we need to heighten that roof pitch, we could certainly do that on that front porch. On the left unit, on this left elevation, we did bring a roof line across the lower level in an effort to break up the verticality that's happening there, create a little bit of distance between, again, the garage door and the street, and to eat up some of that height that comes in up underneath that kitchen sink window. We have done a gable roof all the way through. When we're doing 3 units, it does, you know, get to be a little bit more complex. But when we're looking at unit 1, unto itself, we have a stacking gable that faces the front of Wilmore Drive, and then we have a dormer on the left and a dormer on the right. That has been my experience as approved by the commission in the past in regards to bungalow styling. As we look at our middle unit, that is the most simplistic roof line. We do have a gable and 2 dormers on the left elevation, 1 dormer on the right elevation. And then for the rear unit, it does have 2 gables. Can we look at the rear elevation on this one? And that also, when I look at this elevation, to me says bungalow. We just have 2 different heights there. So we could certainly carry across the taller height all the way across, but it felt better to me to break that ridge up and actually drop it down. So their proportions were a little bit better back here, but that may, so the main roof line, that main gable, we kind of have that higher gable and then this next gable that comes down, and it creates a little bit more complexity when we're looking at that left elevation. Right there. Yep. But you know, so we could continue that across and maybe add a little more height to our front porch roof to take care of that. We do have double hung windows, which are certainly of bungalow styling, and did our best to pick a garage door that fits that styling as well. Are there any items I have not touched on that you spoke about you'd like me to address?
So talk to me about this front door setup and the window there. It's so far set off to the right.
Sure. Let me take a look at the floor plan. We have a foyer, of course, at the front there, and then we have a powder room that's off to the side. So that is to be centered in that powder room, but we could certainly scooch it to the left by maybe a foot, 18 inches, if that is something you wanted. Just to the right of the front door, there's a coat closet, and then we have our powder room that starts.
Okay, so again, what I'm seeing is this side light, I don't believe is consistent with Wilmore in general, the single side light, the imbalance of the windows, the lack of railings on the porch. It just feels very out of character with bungalow vocabulary.
Okay, we are open to adjusting our front door design, and we are open to scooting that window over. And in regards to railing, this is not going to be more than 30 inches off the ground, so it would not be required by code. Is that something that you all require on a bungalow home?
I don't believe it's a requirement. It's more just that general, again, I'm responding to your saying that you were working with the bungalow vernacular and trying to strengthen those elements. And I'll refer to my architect colleagues for more specifics.
I'll jump in and say, I think probably one thing that might be confusing it is bungalow is technically an arts and crafts style. So maybe it's just, maybe that language is throwing it off a little bit, because you're not trying to do a bungalow, obviously, in the traditional sense. But more you're going for an arts and crafts style. So I think that language might help there. I hope that helps you. But I had one, this is such a small detail, but I'll throw it since I've got the mic, I'll go ahead and throw it out there. On the rear elevation where you have the steps.
Yes.
I'm a little bit challenged just with that elevation because it feels like a front entry, like the Wilmore elevation does, right? And that was the goal, obviously. It looks like it's a front door, it's a front entrance. This feels like it. I know it's at the rear. I know it's not facing a street. But that long sliding glass door and the steps that come down and they just come down to grass. So just wondering if there's a site, something going to happen there that the steps don't come down and then it's just, is there any kind of a paving, any kind of a walk, any kind of a stair? I know it's steep pitch or a steep slope that goes down to Wooddale, but just wondering about that elevation a little bit from a,
Sure.
you know, could it be more of a primary, have a primary entrance feel? Because it feels half and half right now. I don't know if anyone else feels that way, but.
Possibly, I would say possibly. So, you know, let's go to our site plan if we may. I think that may give us a little more context, kind of the bird's eye view. So it would not be our intention that this deck is the entrance. We are bringing our front, yes, thank you. So we kind of have a walkway, a terraced walkway as we go up, and then we're going to turn and come up these stairs to get to the front door. And this is all in an effort not to have this huge set of stairs coming down from that front porch to the front yard. So I was seeing this deck as kind of its own piece that's more like, okay, you have this entrance and now you're in the backyard once, you're coming into the home, and then you're in the living space and then going out that sliding glass door to the backyard. So right now we do not have anything planned in regards to patio space, but like you said, there is a large elevation difference. And then I also don't want to cover this whole property in concrete and asphalt shingles. And we'd like this unit to have a backyard if at all possible. So I hope that gives you a little bit more kind of what I was thinking and how I'm seeing it. We could certainly add a walkway along that left side of the deck, so the same view. So if we wanted to continue that terraced walkway up the side of that deck and back around to those steps, certainly something we could consider.
I think it's just a restudy that there's a site, that the site and the elevation speak to each other.
Mm-hmm.
And they say what they want to be. I feel like right now it doesn't exactly say what it wants to be. I mean, great if it is a back patio or a back entry. But it speaks like it's a primary entry when the other one is so subtle, coming up on a side stair from the below.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I hear you. Mm-hmm. So when you say site and elevation, do you mean elevation as in change of topography, or elevation as in
No, just in the site plan? That the site plan, just what's happening and what that entrance wants to be.
Mm-hmm.
What that elevation wants to be, just that they communicate with each other.
We can definitely look into that further, spend a little bit more time on that.
I think this reads more like a side entry. I think it could more similar to like the other ones with like the more primary entrance.
Would we maybe be able, let me look at our site to see if we have room to do what I'm going to propose.
Well, and Ashley, this is something, I might be an anomaly on here. Everyone else might think there's no issue there. So you can wait till deliberation too, to see if, before you're trying to figure it out.
Okay, very good. That's where my brain goes immediately.
I get it.
All right, Commissioner Wojcik.
Ashley, with a couple more questions about that deck, outdoor living space in the relationship to the front walkway. What material is that vertical plane that is supporting the deck as you are walking up the new stairs? Like, is that, it looks like it's siding.
Vertical plane.
Yeah, right there.
Oh, right there. So that would be a horizontal trim with gaps between.
Okay.
Cover up the deck.
It looks like in the backyard in this presentation, and then also when you're looking in the view from the Wilmore side, the property next to you on the right appears to be taller. The elevation appears to be higher. And so when I'm looking at that, all I'm thinking is there's water coming directly to the long side of this building, and then also coming underneath that deck. So how are you going to control all that water?
That is a great question. Water is a house's worst enemy. So it's already a condition that is on this site. That's part of the challenge with the existing structures. So the client has not picked a contractor for this yet. So that would be something that the contractor would certainly be required to manage all of that water. It would be my intention that the downspouts would be put into a drain and probably sent towards Wilmore. But there would be some obviously coming towards this direction, and that being an open deck underneath, something we could bring out closer to the left side of this elevation, kind of closer to where the stairs are on the end of that deck. That could, yes, over there, that could bring that sort of drainage out of there. And then there's going to be other water that comes down that's not coming off the roof, that's coming off the roof of the other property and downspouts. So I would look to the contractor to give us a solution on, do we need any drains in the ground to help mitigate that kind of, they can do these tanks where that it'll hold it for a little bit before it spills out. So it's not such a rushing, amount of water, but
I
that
think
is
that's gonna
definitely.
be one thing that I would want to be documented when you get to this at some point.
Our purview is really limited to like gutters and downspouts. We don't really, we don't have purview over runoff.
Really?
100%.
Oh.
Yeah. Not our purview. Yep. We don't have to worry about it.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's a different group.
That's a different
But
group.
if
Okay.
they're adding gutters and downspouts, absolutely, because that's part of the architecture.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or comments before we close? Okay, we will now close. So we got into details, but it also feels like there's some higher level things.
Yeah, I
Commissioner
mean, I
Howard.
think to piggyback onto what Commissioner Holt started with, I think that there's a lot more here in the larger scope to have re-reviewed and discuss before we kind of get too far into the details of trim and windows and some of the other things. I think the biggest issue that I have is would be in relation to massing and complexity of form. The front elevation along Wilmore Drive, I think, as stated by the applicant, as a bungalow style, I think is probably the most successful. As soon as you turn the corner onto Wooddale, I think that relationship to the historical language of the bungalow style quickly starts to fall apart. And is not representative of that style. And as this is a unique situation, a large proposal on a corner lot that almost does not have any rear facing parcels, rear facing elevations. I think that it's, in my opinion, it's worth a restudy, starting of the massing and complexity of form, if we are basing it or looking to base it off the bungalow style, to rework that left elevation. Just due to the size and complexity, or the size and the mass of that facade of the structure as compared to the style selected by the applicant.
So go ahead, Jen, sorry.
That's okay. You can go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, so if we're going into massing and complexity of scale and, height, we're looking at height, which is consistent. It's certainly a challenge. It's 3 units allowed by zoning, allowed by the renewed UDO. It's addressed a lot of things that, on the massing and complexity of form that I feel meet our standards. It's honoring the setback, it's honoring spacing. So I think I guess we just need to discuss this out and rehash this a little bit.
And I'd like to just add, I think maybe Commissioner Lineberger mentioned, I think it's described as a bungalow. I think there's maybe a disconnect between describing it as a bungalow, but in terms of massing and architectural features. So I think, just to be clear, I think bungalows you see are low profile, more horizontal. I think this is just maybe taking the architectural detailing of that. I think that's maybe where we're getting tripped up.
Ashley, could you mute your, we're just getting some feedback.
Bungalows are an architectural type. The stylistic features you apply is what makes it a craftsman. There are colonial bungalows with colonial elements. There are very simple bungalows in Wilmore that don't really have any extra elements beyond front porches and the windows, which it was my understanding in discussions with Ashley, that's the direction they were headed, since we had a lot more simplistic designs in Wilmore. Because you don't have the deep eaves, you don't have the brackets, you don't have the rafter tails. All of that is very slimmed down to reflect what's in Wilmore. And Ashley, please correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, we're close, sorry. Anyway.
What I'm seeing though is that the things like the wrapped, so I'm just seeing conflict between the complexity of the roof and the extreme simplicity of the columns. I mean, on the first view here, you've got little pieces coming out that are almost used to a tudor, but then other parts are very modern. It's the inconsistency in a lot of places that is feeling awkward to me. And that comes back to the massing and complexity in that this reads as one large entity. I think again, if the applicant wants to restudy to give the center unit more character that is differentiated, to break it up and give us that true feeling of three separate things, that would help with the massing and complexity.
Can we look at 6.8 under masking and complexity of form? Look at the project that's featured on that page. A multifamily project. And that one, I would say, did not try to replicate a style specifically. That was an example of something that has the breakdown of scale. It has, it differentiates the units. I mean, that's something that was approved under our standards. And I don't see how that is dramatically different from this application as far as the massing and complexity of scale.
I don't think it's pretending to be three different buildings, though. It's one large building pretending to be in one large building as opposed to being trying to be three individual pieces.
How would this compare though?
To have three different individual pieces. I mean, it's a triplex, they're connected. We use scale to reduce the massing of it with the offsets, the changes in roof plane, the offsets in the elevations, the way she's wrapped the roof lines. I mean, she's utilized the scale reducing techniques that we ask for. We just approved that huge townhouse community right next to the old school. And they didn't have this much interest in
100%.
variation in what they've presented and what we approved. I mean,
How about, could we look at our project it's in Dilworth on East Boulevard?
By the church, the Methodist church.
No, sort of further down. It was kind of closer to Paper Skyscraper. Thank you.
I think technically if you're gonna consider this too, you need to reopen.
Yeah.
If we're gonna do that's what, if we're gonna consider this other project, then we need to reopen the hearing.
I just wanted to use it as an example. I mean, because I remember this being a craftsman, arts and crafts style that they utilized. Scale reducing techniques. This was a really successful project for us. And this went through probably 4 or 5 months at least. And I just think that there's a similarity between this and that, these two projects.
I would disagree.
Part of it is the parking garage. That one has no parking garage, so I think that's part of it. But I see what you're saying.
I think the one you're referencing has the same continuous language on all the sides, where I just don't feel this one does.
is it because she's got an arch on one of her brick openings? Is it because of the
In
material?
my opinion, the front is bungalow, but what is actually the front, which is the long side, has more in tune with what I would consider American Foursquare.
So would it be more successful if the front elevation had a different style? And didn't try to do a bungalow, I guess?
I mean, I hate for her to be punished because she's applied a style.
To me, the point is not which style, it's pick one and stick with it. Either make them make them read as 3 separate units and do that clearly, or make it read as one thing and do that clearly.
Which the windows
The win-
consistency will
yeah.
help a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I think part of that is the graphical, the dormers all at the top aren't different, but the ones on the second floor, our main level are. So I think that's more of an easier.
It could be an easy fix. Again, we can't get into designing it for you, Ashley, but my sense is, as Commissioner Allred was saying, is that you're kind of betwixt and between right now.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like, I mean, it sounds like we are still, well, possibly, because it sounds like there's not alignment. So that's why you make motion.
Continue.
But that we are still at the higher level with the massing complex.
I'm sorry for cutting you off. Can I talk?
I think
Can I-
it's for the details.
Right, but I don't think that's consistent. Like, this is my point. I think that there's like a difference in,
The disagreement.
yes, and whether there's a massing issue or whether there's not, which means that if there wasn't, then we would go to details. And so I feel like it's gonna be whoever decides to make a motion, but yes, please go ahead.
I mean, I think the most difficult thing here is that, it's a large structure that has a large grade change to it. So whatever you look at on this side, whether it's contemporary or a tent, it's gonna feel large. Now, it's not, if you compare it on the Zotwell survey, it's the scale of it is appropriate. It just feels big because of the grade change and it's three units and 2.5 stories.
Does the survey, is there another angle of looking at the survey from the Wilmore Street side?
I wasn't really done, but that's okay.
Oh, sorry.
Brett, do you want me to go back to the other?
No,
elevation?
so in general, I think it's done well. I think you could, tweak things. It's gonna feel large and complex because it is large and there are 3 units there. You can't avoid that. I mean, that's just, that in itself is gonna bring some characteristics to it that, are gonna have to be dealt with and are unavoidable.
Okay,
If I go through, we go through masking complexity of form and we look at, 6.8, number 1, relate massing to those of existing adjacent historic houses. Does that. Use forms for new construction that relate to the forms of the majority of surrounding buildings. I think it successfully does that. The massing of historic multifamily buildings, typically duplexes and fourplexes in Charlotte, have similar massing as single-family dwellings in districts. I think it successfully does that. You go on down the list, roof forms such as hipped and gable roofs help to break down the mass, as do the complexity of form, architectural details, and materials. Successfully does that. So I mean, you go on, height and width is fabulous. I mean, we see it on the Zoutwell. The scale is great. Directional expression, all of these big level things. I agree with Commissioner Taylor. It's by zoning, they can do this. So it's 3 units, it's large with a interesting topography.
so I guess to that, everybody gets a vote. So, I mean, I don't know if we continue to say everybody's opinion, if that's gonna be a thing. because we feel like we're just repeating. So if there's a massing issue, I think it'll come out in the vote. And we could start there and see what happens. And then maybe there's another motion that gets into detail if that passes. So
I'll make motions.
Use your mic. I couldn't hear you.
I'm talking to myself.
Okay, sorry.
I have a question because in staff's notes, they had a question about the setbacks. I want to make sure that we got that information answered because that was really the only big picture comment that was in the. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to
The
get to my.
comment was basically because we usually ask for setbacks of the adjacent properties to compare, and we just didn't see any of that. We have it for the existing structure, but not for what's being proposed, and so that's just where that comment came from, is that we didn't have any information about adjacent.
I meant to add that for the motion too, that we need that site plan. Yeah, we always have that adjacent property site plan where that shows, not on here, but the site plan, yes. We should see that an additional site plan that shows that adjacent property and how it relates.
Do we actually get the survey though? Because that's somebody else's property. How do we get that? I thought we always used the city overlay.
We almost always have the.
We have them add it here.
Yeah.
They measure it on the city overlay and then they add it here.
Oh.
Yeah. And there's, they have all that parking up here, so that they're sitting back here somewhere. But, it's a guesstimate. But yeah, we usually ask for it.
On the survey itself.
And this might be confusing because she took the survey and created a site plan and we really need a separate site plan. I think that's probably what confused this.
Usually we do have a separate site plan and they show it, but we accept surveys as site plans. And when we do that, we allow people to add it here, but that was it was something that we traditionally see and we could not find. So that was the staff comment.
Especially for a project like this. It's something we should see.
Yes, I think we have lots of pieces in different dimensions. I just think having it all on one site plan in a place where we can compare.
would somebody like to make a motion?
Well, I was gonna try, but
Okay.
I mean. Yeah, I know. I was just looking for staff notes to make sure that I didn't miss some of the,
Bottom of page 5 is where I start.
yeah. Okay. So, I would like to continue this application. With additional information being requested in relationship to the setbacks. We would like the applicant to provide us a site plan that shows the setbacks of the proposed new construction on this lot, along with the setbacks of the adjacent properties next to them. Setbacks are 6.5. And then, there was some questions about the overall size of the rear dormer on, unit number 3. Proportionately speaking, it is large for the overall unit size. So if we could ask for, some more information on kind of that scale or, just review that dormer elevation for us. Yep.
One clarity, it's the right elevation you're talking about?
Oh, I'm sorry, I said back. Yes,
Back,
it's the
but,
right
okay.
elevation.
Right, okay.
Yeah, the right elevation.
Three.
Unit number 3 specifically. And then really a lot of the other elements are windows. So one of the staff's notes was to request double hung windows on that unit number 3, but I understand that there is a wall elevation height limitation, but just from a standpoint, but the windows do appear to be too small in scale for the facade of that wall. And so I'm talking about the dormer windows. Yeah, did I say that? Sorry, I thought I said that. But the overall grid mutton design and size of those windows in comparison to the windows on the first floor need to be restudied. We'd also ask for you to explore a window in unit number 2 to break up that empty wall. And then just general reference on all the windows, just to go back through and kind of re-examine the size relationships between the first floor and the second floor and the lower levels. And if we're, reevaluating the mutton design detail as well when you do that, because when the proportion of the window gets smaller, you don't necessarily have to keep the same mutton number. And then again, if you're going to address each unit as their own, make sure that the mutton designs actually are reflected graphically, just so we really know what you're planning on. Yes, thank you. So Windows standards 7.14. Windows in themselves is, oh no, that 7 is commercial. 6.15 through 6.16. And then as Commissioner Allred pointed out, I think some of the stylistic details that you've chosen to use on the different elevations are creating a little bit of complex confusion between the styles. And so maybe restudying some of the details and how you're putting your design I can't even say that word today. Thank you. It's not coming. The big words are not coming today. There might be an opportunity for a little bit of consolidation and a little bit more repetition. I would say specifically in the column and posts and those types of details kind of stand out, but an overall study would be appreciated to kind of tie all of those elevations together.
May I suggest also 7.13 cornices and trim?
7.14? 7
Cornices and trim?
7.1, wait, so cornices and trim, 7.14. 6.14. Yeah.
Residential.
Okay, 6.14 for cornices and trim. We already talked about windows on that elevation. Purchase materials. There's and then there's questions in general, if you would review the staff comments about materials and just make sure that that information is documented or can be communicated to help us.
Was there something about the rear unit 3 and then the deck connection?
So
Integration, go back to 42.
oh, sorry. I think it is orientation that
Okay.
Commissioner Lineberger was kind of questioning, or continuity, or
In the front and back.
yeah, how
Okay.
maybe just kind of how do you make that rear deck not feel so important and or make it feel like it's more of a front elevation? I kind of think it appeared to be kind of one or the other. If it's going to be important and present itself like a front elevation, then there was a restudy request on that view. If there's a way to minimize it so that it doesn't feel like it's a front elevation, then just make it clear as to where the front door is. Commissioner Langberg? All right. Anything else that I didn't touch on? Okay.
All right,
That's it.
second.
Second.
Second, Commissioner Taylor, any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kern, Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Can we take a break?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you.
Thanks, Ashley. Okay. Hello and welcome back. We are going back in the agenda to pick up case number 6, which was continued from the February meeting, and I believe the applicant is online. And I think he might need sworn in. Marcus, have you been sworn in? Well, we might be going back. Hi, Marcus. Welcome to the meeting. You're on mute, and we would love to see you on video as well. Are the next applicants here? Okay, well, we're gonna skip Marcus because we don't have time to wait. So we'll come back. The next application we are going to look at is 1233 Charlotte Drive. Hi, Saxon. We not off of mute? Saxon, can you please come off of mute? Can you nudge him to get off of mute? And Saxon? Hi, Saxon.
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello. Do you have video?
Yes, I do. Let me see.
Would love that. And have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, if you please be sworn in at this time.
Okay, if there is anyone in the room or online that has not been sworn in, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank
I'm
you.
trying to get the video started here.
Okay.
Can you see me at all?
No, it shows a camera with a strike through. Do you maybe need to open your viewfinder?
Yeah.
While you're working on that, I'm gonna get started. This next application is at 2033 Charlotte Drive. And it is for a rear addition. This is a corner lot at the edge of the district, which is why it's before the commission. It is a small rear addition. The only reason why it is before the commission is because the applicant is asking for vinyl windows. I would have added this to the consent agenda if they weren't wanting to ask for permission for vinyl. I believe the rest of the project meets the design standards. Everything's matching existing. It is stepping in on both sides. So they're removing an existing screen porch here and adding it back, but keeping the stepped in, and they're also stepping in on the left side. There are
Can
some
you
more
see me?
details. We don't see you, but we see a wall. And you can see the dimensions here on slide 10, and the elevations are on slide 11. The front of the house is where the chimney is. It's a little Tudor. The existing screen porch is being removed, and again, they're matching roof pitches and moving from brick to siding. And staff there are also a roof plan, section drawings on 15 and 16, and then some more electrical. Basically, the only recommendations I had were we just need the pitch of the new roof. We need a material sample for the windows, noting that commission does not approve vinyl or has not approved vinyl on a 1929 building. We need a window trim detail, brick and mortar samples. And with that, Saxon, I will turn it over to you. If you would state your name and your address, and please spell your entire name for our court reporter, please.
Saxon Cohn-Bendit, 1201 Morelandwood Drive, South Carolina, Lancaster 29720. And the spelling of my name is Sackssone. Last name's Kounbanban. D's in David, ITH.
Okay. Saxon, is there anything else you'd like to add about the proposed project?
Well, I mean, if basically I would consider it a pretty simple expansion of an addition to the back. The room really will not be able to view from the street, except for maybe the roof line, but it will be on the back side. If you see photo 2, which kind of shows the back of the house, which where we're adding the room is next to the screen-in porch. The porch will go back. It'll be reduced a little bit in terms of width, but it will come out the same toward the back as the same as the proposed bedroom. But the roof line will be combined with the screening porch as well as the bedroom. So it'll show a little more uniformity, I guess, with having the bedroom and the screening porch with the same roof. But otherwise, I don't see anything overly complex with this particular project. What she's shown right here is a side by side of the existing right side. On the left is the existing, on the right is the proposed. Basically, it's just getting a little bit longer. And as you can see, the roof line on the right side is a little higher than what was there before. So if you come down a little bit, it will show the backside. As you can see, on the left is the existing backside, and on the right is the proposed backside, and the new roof line that's going to be combining both the screen-in porch and the bedroom. And we're basically adding 2 additional windows. No, let me see, maybe 3 additional windows, 2 in the back and one off to the right side. And it is cement board. I think that's what we're using for the addition. And it's going to be painted very similar to what the existing house is. But otherwise, I do not see anything overly complex about the particular project, and I think it will, at least if nothing else, stand out from the existing home.
Do we have any callers?
All right, excellent. You're asking for vinyl windows?
If we could go back to a wood window, I mean, I have no problem in going back to what the original home was, which was a wood window. We could do that. We can make something that is very similar to what the existing house is right now.
Yeah, so we don't allow vinyl windows in the district, so there's
Sure,
approved
that's fine.
window. Yep, so
We can go back. I can change it. I can add some additional details for the windows and spec out a wood window for the proposed.
okay. Any other questions?
I don't have any other questions. I don't know if anybody else did.
Yep, I was asking commissioners if they had any
Oh, I'm
questions.
sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
I don't know why I can't get you. I can't.
Commissioner Taylor, did you have?
For the applicant, but is the vertical siding, is that the proposed siding?
It is, yes, the batten board style.
Uh-huh.
Is that appropriate for neighborhood stuff?
Well, it's a Tudor cottage. And the commission just approved the use of vertical siding on another Tudor new construction, so it's up to the commission. We can do, lap siding.
What's the roof?
The roof is shingle, asphalt shingle.
That's what, yeah, black shingles.
They're showing the framing rafters. That's what you're seeing on the.
That's just. Yeah, with windows, that's good.
Any other question for the applicant before we close?
I have a question for staff.
Do you want to do it open? Nope. Okay. Okay, so we will close for deliberation.
Okay.
Hi.
Do you want
Are
me
we
to
paying
mute?
attention to the framing
Yes, please.
specifications? We don't have to do that, do we?
What do you mean?
Oh, I thought he said mute.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he provided us the framing plan.
Oh, I didn't even look at the
Yeah.
framing plan.
That's why I was confused about it.
If you have specific directives to staff, we would appreciate those.
Well, there's gonna be a valley that he doesn't have documented on here.
Okay.
And his ridge is not extended, I don't think, well, it may be, but anyway, there's actually two valleys that aren't documented.
Right here.
Yeah, coming, yep, there for that corner up to where he's got his 2x6 support for his ridge, and then back down to the other corner. So
Okay.
that's all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, any other comments or motions? I can't make it.
Does anybody have any issue with the vertical board and batten?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, good.
That we approve this project as it is not inconsistent with the Secretary of Interior standards and and is consistent with the characteristic of the neighborhood, with the following conditions: that the windows are wood windows of a type that has been previously approved by the commission, and that samples of those are submitted to staff prior to installation. Additionally, that the applicant provides the pitch of the addition roof and the detailed roof plan with the valleys noted.
Yes, Christy says yes. Yeah.
And that the applicant provides window trim detailing, a detailed drawing for a field of siding, that the applicant provides brick and mortar samples to staff, and that all new masonry will remain unpainted. Additional minor changes will be approved, shall be reviewed by staff. That is that complies with standards for new construction addition 6.20 through 6.24.
And you can say all of chapter 6 too.
Really all of chapter 6.
Yeah. I have one clarifying question on additions. We have accepted in the past a aluminum clad window as long as it meets HDC specifications. Would that be okay with the commission, or are you directing staff to do wood?
If the prior windows were wood, I would be directing staff to do wood. Consistent with whatever the existing condition is.
Okay.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Allred, any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern? Yes. Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Saxon. Let's see
Thank
if
you.
we, thank you. We'll be in touch with next steps. Is Marcus available? Okay, Marcus, are you with us?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Marcus. Did you happen to be sworn in with the
Uh,
previous applicant?
Originally, yeah.
Okay, well, so you were sworn in today?
Not today, no. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do that.
Please, raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Are you also able to turn on your video?
Hi,
I am.
Marcus.
Hello.
Okay. Okay, this is 429 West Park Avenue. It was continued from February for additional information. The applicant has provided a side-by-side site plan with updated information about the project. So the project was originally a kind of an above-ground pool with some planters and some retaining walls and a sidewalk with a patio to a sitting area and open fireplace and a walkway and a fence. So the patio with the fireplace and this walkway here on screen on slide 10 has been eliminated, as have some of the materials that were proposed last in February. The pool has been set in the ground. There is a grade to this property. So there is one retaining wall towards the Mint Street side down here. There is an elevation of the pool in the ground on the bottom of slide 10. So you can see this is the basically where the existing accessory structure is, a few steps down to the new pool patio. The pool is in the ground, and then over here we have a 2-foot retaining wall towards the Mint Street side. The sidewalk towards going up the side of the foundation of the house is going to be concrete and connect to the existing front walkway. Staff is requesting a planting strip between the foundation and the sidewalk. The pool patio is now concrete, so it eliminates the other material that was requested. There is a 5-foot fence around the pool, and then there is a perimeter fence that goes all the way around. The applicant is requesting that there be a 3-foot fence that attaches to the front corner of the front porch. Typically, and according to our standards, front yard fences would enclose the front yard along the property line. And so come all the way down and then up along the sidewalk and connect to the front porch, as opposed to connecting it right here. Existing conditions, the cornhole and the deck, they're all staying. And there are some trees that are to be removed and some trees to be replaced. So that brings us up to date with this new plan. Marcus, do you have anything to add? Or what
No, not
slide you would
really.
like to start on?
No, we just pretty much followed the comments that y'all had last visit, and hopefully we've answered all those questions.
Okay, and I don't think we have any callers. No callers.
All right.
To Chair Bell.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay. We will close for deliberation. So it looks like this was continued for a couple of reasons. The pool patio, cornhole court, paver pathway, rest of the site plan. Does that feel like it's been addressed to everyone's satisfaction? Okay. And then the more information about materials, detailed drawings, and calculations. I know the calculations were noted. Does everybody feel like they have all the information about the materials and details on the drawings that they need? All right. Great, thank you.
Two, have 3 private sites. Walks. Oh, I'm sorry. A couple of visions, provide dimensions of the pool patio to staff. And pool screening on south end First Standards site applicants.
Thank you.
Can you turn your mic
Number
on?
1.
Oh, Mike.
And also, do not pave up to the foundation. A planting strip approximately 12 to 24 inches wide should be left between the walkways and the house per standards for sidewalks and parking 8.2, number 8.
Yes, thank you. And then Commissioner Whitlock, are you leaving the fence where it is? Or would you like them to work with staff to enclose the front yard as per our standards?
Work with staff.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, is there a second? Second, Commissioner Holtz, any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm? Yes. Commissioner Allred?
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik?
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz?
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson?
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you, Marcus.
This project is the request for a rear addition that jets out on the left side slightly and does go up in height 2.5 feet. Let me get to slide 11. There is no changes. Well, there is changes to the ridge height, but other than that, no front elevation changes. You can see that the part of the rear addition does jet out here on the left side on the front. Overall, the scale and massing isn't as much of a concern to staff as the roof lines. Staff did not go into details in terms of fenestration and cornice and trim materials due to the fact that the roof in staff eyes is going to change. So so this is the right elevation is on slide 12. The rear elevation is on slide 13 and the left elevation is on slide 14. And I think Najar and Dawn are online. Is that right? Dawn? Yep, Dawn.
Dawn. And maybe Craig. It
Dawn's here.
says Dawn. They could be sharing, technology. Do you want to scroll down?
And there's
Hey, Nagar, can y'all turn on your cameras and come off mute?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, this is Nagar and Craig is here. We're gonna try to turn on our camera.
Yes, please turn on your camera and then we're
Can
going
you
to start
see
with.
us now?
Not yet.
Not yet, okay. Hold on one moment. Oh, there we go. Camera.
Still not yet.
Yes, not yet, okay. Background.
But I'm going to ask the applicants in the room to state their, you guys were sworn in with the last. Nagar and Don and Craig, were you sworn in?
I was with the previous one.
And I was not. And I was not, but I'm not speaking. I'm just listening.
Okay, so we're going to swear in everyone in the room and Craig and the team over here.
Okay. If you are online or just joined in the room and you have not been sworn in today, please raise your right hand and respond, "I do," to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Start with applicants in the room, if you could state your names and press this for the court reporter. Basil Tracy, T-R-A-C-E-Y. You can turn your mics on. There you go. And you speak loud and then press the button to turn. There you go.
Okay. 2038 Nolan Park Lane, Charlotte, 28209. Thank you.
My name is Christopher Hudson, also 2038 Nolan Park Lane, Charlotte.
Okay, and then Don, we'll start with you and everyone on your team.
Don Duffy, 301 Providence Road, Charlotte. Craig Magus, 301 Providence Road, Charlotte. And Dara Itzker, 301 Providence Road, Charlotte.
Okay, if I'm not sure who's leading on your team, Don, but if you would like to tell us what slide you're
Craig or
starting.
Nagar are leading.
Okay. Okay, so either one, if you'd let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Nagar.
And Nagar's on mute for us.
Okay, could you unmute her?
We can.
I think she can unmute herself maybe and.
Yes. Okay.
Do you have video?
It's easier for me to join you. I don't know, there's technical difficulty. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm joining Don. We were having some technical difficulty at Nagar's desk.
Okay, we can see Nagar now, but we can't hear her because she's on mute.
Yeah. Thank you for doing an overview of the project. So, yeah, it's primarily a rear addition that we're doing. We're trying to, keep the front elevation as intact. The existing front elevation as intact as we can. We are trying to achieve a little bit additional roof height for the attic. We've got a second floor addition, and within, we feel a fairly modest adjustment to the height. We are preserving, I think, as it was pointed out, the initial sort of edge of the roof lines. Coming in about 18 inches on either side. We do feel that from the front elevation, the bump out that we're doing on the left, sort of at the rear, is set back quite a bit, about 86 feet, I want to say, from the sidewalk, and it also has a little masonry screen wall in front of it. So we feel it's going to sort of be pretty much, not necessarily blocked from view, but very discreet in what we're doing. And around the back of the house, there are quite a bit of different roof sort of conditions and pitches going on. We're trying to sort of stay within, I think, a fairly consistent sort of condition with our new addition. and obviously still trying to achieve the necessary head heights that we've got, and it's pretty modest up on the second floor. We're only dealing with about an 8-foot ceiling height. We are considering maybe increasing the pitch a little bit on that main bump out, sort of as you're looking at the image of the rear elevation, it would be on the left side, just to give that a little bit more presence. And I think, for now, that sort of sums it up pretty much.
Okay, did you want to speak to anything on the left elevation?
Sure. The left elevation. So, as we pointed out, we are doing that little 1-story bump out that's partially screened by the masonry wall. That's a new little mudroom side entry. We are extending, obviously, that roof line, the original pitch of the front of the gable, up to achieve our 8-foot ceiling height on the second floor and allow for some new sort of bedroom space looking out the back. But essentially preserving all the existing windows, as you can see from the original or the existing elevation to what we're proposing. All of those windows on the original portion of the house stay intact. There has been some discussion about trying to put a window on the second floor, in that space right there. Of the new addition, and hopefully we can get that centered on that existing kitchen window below.
Okay. Are there any other comments? The applicants in the room, did you want to say anything?
Would you like to make?
No.
No, I don't.
Okay.
We're comfortable with what Don and Craig have had to say.
Okay, thank you. And no callers. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Bell.
All right. Any comments or questions for the applicant? Go ahead.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, thank you for your presentation. I had a couple of questions specifically around the roof lines. That's the dominant element that staff had kind of noted, but you're in Dilworth and the properties around you are pretty substantial in terms of overall mass and height and just presence. Is there a particular reason that you came up with this rise in height for your main ridge request?
It was really a response. I think we had some initial comments from the HTC staff to try to limit the height of what we're proposing for the gable extension, and so
Sure.
that really dictated more or less what we felt like we could achieve. I think we were sort of given an indication that possibly within about a 30-inch, 2.5-foot rise would probably be appropriate. As you pointed out, and it's definitely easy to observe, the neighboring properties are quite a bit larger, with the massing, and we would, and I'm sure our client would, want to entertain, if possible, the ability to make that a little bit taller, but we want to also keep in mind the proportions, that they're adequate. If that's something that the commission, would be open to, we would definitely be able to study and increase further than what we're currently showing.
Well, I mean, I'd like to ask my fellow commissioners about it. It just seems like the roof lines are so pushed that, the addition as it rises on the left side, the secondary pitch, is definitely a shed, but with that shed being an extension from your extended gable, it's not like you just have a shed roof up there. It's like a gable that has the wrong pitch on the back of it. And then on the other side, you kind of have that gable coming back down into a window. And so I was just thinking if you had done any other studies to see, you know, what it would look like or how some of those roof line details came together. If you captured any more height on that main ridge at all. The other element that I think takes away from the historic structure is the way that the mudroom engages on that left side. It really does eliminate kind of that dominant roof return on the back part of the house. And I was just wondering if you had done any other studies for that application there.
To address the first comment as far as additional studies with additional roof height, yeah, we have not done that as of yet, given the initial direction, that we were sort of, I guess, focused on with that more limited height. Be more than happy to provide that. If the commission is open to allowing us to extend that roof height a little bit further. As far as the mudroom on the left side and that massing there, we can explore a little bit more about trying to preserve that back corner. Because the mudroom, we don't have all that much space to work with in that location, whether we pull away from that corner a little bit to allow that to return the way that it was and preserve that back corner. That is an option, and that's something that we can look at a little bit further.
Typically, we just like that one those corners to kind of inset so that we can maintain, you know, the integrity of the historic structure. And then, you know, there is flexibility with you kind of coming back out into the space. But once you kind of connect those two and remove some of the roof line, it makes it hard to go back, you know, historically. And since one of our guidelines is, you know, potentially being able to remove something without hurting the historic house, those are the kinds of little details that I think are helpful to kind of take into consideration.
Yeah, could you shift the slide to the second floor plan for a moment, if you wouldn't mind? Oh. I think that's.
Did you have the second floor?
That's the first floor there.
Second floor. If you look at the left-hand drawing, you can see how the wall is set in some to try to preserve the original end gable, just as you were saying. There is a offset there to put a little distance between the two planes.
Yeah, definitely helpful on the second floor, but I think we should kind of take a cue from that on the first floor as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know the homeowners had also mentioned that there was a similar application where a homeowner 2 doors down from them over at 1165 Linganore had done the same thing with popping out from the original historic corner. So we thought there would be precedent to be able to do that as well.
We need this footage here, so we had to go out.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, when we go into deliberation, some of the other commissioners may not have an issue with it. Those are just the things that stood out to me.
Yeah. And I would say, just to piggyback on what Craig said, we would agree that, you know, some of these ridges or roofs are getting forced just because we were trying to stay within, no more than about plus or minus 30 inches from the original ridge. But as you mentioned, when you do look at the streetscape, I mean, this house is so much smaller than any of the other ones when you go down the street. And I don't think sure, like Craig said, we would love to explore more if there would be the option to raise the ridge higher. I know the homeowners would be more than happy with that as well, because we've been struggling with trying to give them enough height in the upstairs bedrooms and make the roof work.
I will ask the other commissioners. It just was an observation on my part. I know that, and I do appreciate very much that you actually listened to staff and took their suggestions to application for what you're presenting to us. I just want to make sure that we're not missing an opportunity. That's all.
Of course, we appreciate that.
Thank you.
I was gonna just ask staff, I think, I really appreciate the challenge of this particular project because you're starting with a small house with an existing ridge. And I think if staff could confirm, what's the max we've ever raised a ridge? It's been like 30, 36 maybe,
I think we've done like 3.5 feet.
40, 42.
But it's, you know, it's site dependent.
Right.
And really the sweet spot when we have these meetings with applicants is about 3 feet. So when we're talking to them, we don't necessarily, know that their next door neighbor is an original 2-story house. We're just saying that the commission sweet spot is like 3 feet. So they took our advice and went for it, but.
Right.
Well, and realistically, we're usually raising the ridge on an American small house. And so that and next to another American small house,
Yeah.
you want to raise it as minimal as possible. But when you take it for the context of the neighborhood, I don't feel like it, from a contextual standpoint, is as, it's not as strong of a impact.
It's still well below the other buildings in context. Great.
All right, any other questions for the applicant?
I have one.
Yeah.
The elevations indicate will be raising the chimney, as it is made out of the quite unique Roman brick of the rest of the original structure. What's the plan to extend that?
The plan is to extend it. More than likely, it's going to be difficult, as you're pointing out, to get a true brick match. Whether we can get, hopefully, we can get pretty close to the coursing dimension, and then for the color, if we needed to entertain staining the brick to get essentially as close to a match as possible, that would be the direction that we would suggest.
Is there any on the rear elevation where you're adding the addition that would be salvageable for use?
There might be where the current primary bedroom is, where we're going to bump out because we're proposing with that pop out to the back to have it, match the existing siding. So we could potentially salvage some brick on that back wall.
Yeah, there should be a fair amount there on that. Correct. That back elevation.
Right there, yeah.
Thank you.
On the left elevation, I think it's slide 14. Could you zoom in on that? Is it Candace or Chris? It's Candace. On that new where the ridge bumps up and then that, yeah. So that detail, is that really, I couldn't decide if that was an error in the drawing or if that connection is really that odd. I mean, it looked.
Yeah, or we've got it and so close that I think it's probably worth just pitching that shed dormer all the way up to that peak. There is a little bit of a sort of mirror of that existing 7 to 12 pitch on the backside, but I think that's probably worth just eliminating that.
Yeah.
Well, as I'm looking at that, it's just an asymmetrical gable that it's extended up and runs side to side on the house. If you extended the rake back down at the pitch matching the front at a 7, then that 3.5 would be an actual dormer. But the way that you're trying to construct it, it's just too complicated. No, I'm just saying, like, that's what we would ask for if it was really a dormer. We would want it to be offset from the ridge, but it's not really a dormer. They're calling it a dormer, but it's not with the way that it's designed.
Right.
So we wouldn't want them to do that. Normally, we would want them to do that if it was a real dormer.
I also wanted to ask about the foundation. The difference in the foundation to the original home. where you have the additions, you've matched the foundation to the previous addition. And I just wanted to hear you speak to that because our standards really ask that the foundation is matched to the original structure. So just wanted to ask about that decision.
Sure. We felt like it would be appropriate to match at least the brick foundation and to provide consistency along the back elevation with that sunroom that, as you're pointing out, likely was not original to the home. But in our opinion, there wasn't really a need to extend that as a full brick veneer for the addition that we were doing, but we did want to, at least sort of lend that consistency to what we've got mainly going on in the rear elevation of the house.
I think that, and we can talk about this in deliberation, but I think that by doing that, it makes it more out of compliant with the guidelines versus bringing it more into compliance, whereas that previous addition bumped out. And it's its own thing and it's only on the back. And so I think it's okay that it stands alone, that it has its own foundation because it is separate and different from the original structure. But I think by matching that, you're responding to that versus the original foundation and the original structure, which is what the standards require us to look at and use as a guide. So I just think that might be a restudy that we might discuss.
I think that, point taken. I think if we were extending out to the side where that would sort of be more of a comparison as you're looking at the front elevation, that probably would have come into play more. But given that we were trying to contain it primarily to the back, we felt that the back really was more dominant than the front, what we were trying to achieve.
Okay, any other questions before we close? All right, we will close for deliberation. Feels like we are still pretty high level for this case. So I heard roof, complexity of form, I heard some stuff about foundation, talked about the height raise and could they go up more? And if we do say they can, what's the number? Given the context of the street. Any other discussion around any of those items or something else?
I mean, I'm the one that brought up the height. I'd like to know what you guys think about it. I feel like they're forcing something. And when you look at the street in general, normally this fight is what we're having in Wilmore with small houses. And, the inches count there because it's so relevant to the streetscape. In this particular circumstance, do you guys feel like we might allow a little bit more flexibility in that to maybe simplify some of the roof lines and not make the addition look so choppy? They're gonna get. Yeah.
That's one thing I'm worried about.
Yeah. And right now, the dormers, look pretty proportionate, but when you get to we could just ask for, a restudy to simplify the roof lines.
You're not saying restudy the existing ridge, like gable ends,
No,
like those?
no, the gable ends that are there stay, but the height of the extension of the ridge, would we allow a little bit more flexibility?
And then they could simplify.
To simplify. Right, when I'm looking at that, it's like, you know, the roof line as it starts to come back down from the extension doesn't die anything, doesn't make any sense. It doesn't, sitting on top of a window and on the other side, it's transitioning to a weird pitch and, I mean, it just feels very contrived.
I mean, I agree. I think the overall height limitation is creating a lot of awkward decisions. The rear elevation, it has a gable that matches the pitch on the new addition. But just behind that is the quote unquote dormer.
Yeah.
That is a shallower pitch just to get down to the height. Which I have contended in the past that is no such thing as a dormer. And that is also creating a little bit of the awkward return at the new higher gable of that dormer, quote unquote, roof. It is also causing the window on the elevation in that second story to be crammed right up against the edge of the dormer, which I think from a constructability standpoint would be difficult to achieve.
Yeah.
And would push it more towards the end. I mean, I would be open to reviewing, you know, a situation where the dormer is then no longer needed, and to see what that elevation change would be. I think it would simplify the roof, as staff has mentioned. It would clarify, it would clean up a lot of the complexity that is kind of coming from the inherent part of creating this pseudo dormer / second floor on the right elevation. Then it would definitely, I think, help to clarify the rear elevation,
which comes down
to be able to take that dormer, which is not a dormer, up to the ridge line.
Don, sorry.
Yeah, and to have that pitch repetition.
Or it actually would give a little more separation vertically.
Sounds like a motion.
Could you open it back up to us, please? Are you in closed session?
Yes, we are in closed session, but if a commissioner would like to open back up.
I was gonna say, do we want to talk about some more things?
We're on item 1.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're in agreement. Anybody else have thoughts?
No, I'm in agreement with that. Okay. Okay, so that's around roof. So we're saying being able to raise the height would clear up the roof complexity of form. Is there a number do we want to give them to say you can go up to?
So I think that kind of goes back to Sean's comment.
Can you please mute?
About the ridge height, you know, if they go up too high, then it's gonna look silly because those dormers that are on the front are gonna look ridiculous. But
There's a lot to the back.
yeah, and the way that you perceive that house, if you look at that picture, we aren't really gonna be able to perceive that ridge in relationship to the ridge of those dormers because you're down below looking up at an angle.
I think it's their responsibility to restudy it, come back with a height, and perhaps show us the perspective from the streetscape if there are concerns about the height being visible.
Okay. Or Commissioner Lineberger had mentioned, or do we want to stop there?
Foundation.
Actually, going to get foundation, like as they're
I think
redoing stuff.
I think it needs a restudy.
Okay.
I mean, I still believe that you can honor the existing structure and not respond to the later addition.
Okay.
I mean, I would agree. I think where the water table starts to fall apart is when the mud room sticks out to the side and really starts to work to engage the existing original Roman brick facade. I think that's where it starts to fall apart. Everything else it seems like it's pretty well in line with the previous addition on the rear. I mean, I think at that point is where it starts to find itself in direct conflict with what's going on. On the right side elevation, I think you have this similar condition. As the walls of the new addition align with the walls of the existing home, the water table brick will be at the same plane as the existing Roman brick.
Yeah.
So I feel like there needs to be a study of the relief of those two materials as they start to adjoin one another.
Sounds like a
Do you have a
motion.
motion?
Can you guys talk about the mudroom? Does anybody have an issue with the mudroom engaging the way it does? Because it does take that back roof return off, and I kind of feel like that's invasive to the existing roof line. But does anybody else feel that way?
Don't we also usually say you can go up or out, but not both?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
you
yes,
usually do.
but they're not going past the thermal wall.
Okay.
Yeah, it's usually not wider and taller.
I understand it's small, I'm just.
Past the thermal.
Well, if
the
you're gonna
existing.
adjust the roof line, that may change.
No, that's a different roof line. That's a different roof line.
Engages with the mud rain.
Yeah, but the roof, the overhead roof, the second floor roof line is different than that first floor roof line. They don't touch each other.
See what you're saying?
The mudroom roof is independent from the second floor.
But the mudroom itself sticks out about 2 feet
Yeah.
past the existing home.
I mean, when you're looking up there,
Yeah, I think.
okay. Well,
I-
yeah, can we ask for that?
Yeah, I think that it's part of the, the whole piece. It's not so much that it protrudes out and that you can see it from the front. It's relationship,
It's the relationship to the corner and the way
Right.
that it's
the
impacting that roof.
foundation, all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, didn't mean to.
Didn't hurt my feelings.
Okay.
I will make a motion to continue this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the following standards. That I don't know.
Fair. 6 point something for additions?
Yes.
6.24.
6.24.
Right.
6.
So roof form.
2.20 for additions.
Foundations is 6.12.
Reform is 6.13.
6.13, 6.12. And that may be it for me. With the following comments,
Those foundations.
requesting a restudy of the roof for simplicity, with a review of an increase in, ridgeline elevation to be proposed by the applicant for, commission review in an effort to simplify the, roof form as outlined in the staff comments, section A.
Can I
Roman
add?
numeral 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, and 4 with subnotes 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 3.
Can I use the word minimal only in that we're not saying, hey, you can raise the sucker 4 feet?
Correct.
Within, yeah, it's still
Correct.
our
The
standard.
proposal needs to be mindful of past approvals this commission has made.
Yes. Thank
However,
you.
the commission is willing to consider
Thank you.
an alternate height that will work to simplify the roof form. In addition, the commission asked for a restudy of the size, scale, massing, and of the foundations as they relate to the existing historical structure, where they come into direct contact with the main portion of the addition on the left elevation. Right elevation, as well as where the proposed mudroom engages the existing historical structure. The motion.
There's, okay. Any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next application is 1709 Thomas Avenue. The applicant is in the room. And we're gonna, okay, Haley is also online.
Not too bad.
Let's see.
I knew it was aggressive.
Haley is, as we move about. Okay, Haley, have you been sworn in?
Hi, yes.
You have? Okay, great. And if you could turn on your camera, that would be great. Okay. Okay, so this is this application is for an accessory structure in the rear yard that's partially visible up the driveway. On slide 8 or 9, I'm sorry, we have a site plan. You can see it's in the rear yard. On slide 10, we have some elevations. On slide 11, you have your site cross-section and some details on slide 13 and 14. Take note, some of the form for this project is being driven by an existing heritage tree, which the applicants would like to keep. So they're, constraint between this heritage tree and the property line. Jeff, you've been sworn in. You were in the room with the last application. And if you could state your name and your address for the court reporter. Haley will get to you right after Jeff, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Okay, I'm Jeff Haskell, 2341 Laburnum Avenue, Charlotte, 28205.
And Haley, if you could state your name and address for the court reporter.
Haley Azar, 1709 Thomas Avenue.
Awesome, thank you. And then
Good.
which slide would you like to start on?
If we could start on the pictures, which I believe is slide 4. I want to thank you all for your time and consideration. Thank you, Candace, for your guidance through this. We had hoped to get a staff approval, but we had a few sticking points with staff. So we're here to discuss those. I know you guys have the drawing, so I won't go through every single drawing. I did want to point out here that the structure has very good tree cover, or the houses, their house as well as the house next door have really good tree coverage, which is going to block the view of our accessory structure. Thank you. You can see there at the bottom left. I would also point out, if we could go back to slide, I think it's 4. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
You can see our property here, and then the property next door, which is kind of below us, has an accessory structure in the back right corner. Our proposed accessory structure would be in the back left corner of Haley's property. So that structure that the neighbor has will partially screen our structure, as well as all of the vegetation that you saw in the last picture is going to give us a lot of coverage. And with that, I'll just kind of walk through the plans quickly. If you want to go to, can we start with the site plan, which I think is
Slide 9.
Yeah. Here you can kind of see where we are in the back left corner. And Candace mentioned the large tree, which is there, and that's kind of causing us to want to get as far left as we can with this. And therefore, we're at the minimum dimension, the maximum dimension off the property line of 3.5 feet, 3 feet being the maximum, or 3.5. We're taking out a couple of small trees in the alley, a shed that is where this new structure will go. But again, the entire design is kind of designed around that tree, trying to save that large tree. And if we could go to the floor plans, Candace, which is I think 14. Here you can kind of see the first floor. We've got a greenhouse piece in the front. center part of the structure is a workshop. On the right, a porch, which kind of mimics the design of the house porch. Then in the back, it's stair going up and a small storage room. We can go to the second floor, I'll show you that. You come up the stairs and we've got kind of a living area, kitchenette, bathroom. This is kind of a flex space for guests who are visiting and for other uses that they may have. They are not intending this to be an ADU where someone will be living here full time. So we're looking at an accessory structure. I guess with that, we can head to the elevations, please. So the front elevation, bottom right, you can kind of see that's the front that would face Thomas Street. You see on the left is the greenhouse. I think again the porch is on the right, and we're picking up the details that are on the front porch of the house. We on the left here, one of the issues staff had was that the dormer is not set back from the face of the first floor wall, and we don't have a problem with stepping that in 6 inches or so. I think the biggest problem we have is that staff seem to be asking for symmetry on the front elevation in a very literal way. We feel like, well, really this one down here, thanks. We really feel like we've got symmetry, but we've got balance, but not literal symmetry. So if you look at the left side of the structure and the right side, they kind of balance out along the center line of the overall peak. And we feel like it's a strong design. Again, up top, you see the porch, the greenhouse will be a nice element. We're picking up the details of the house in many ways, but we're not trying to mimic the house exactly. We're not trying to create a mini replica of the house. So we're taking elements from the house and we're trying to kind of use those in a fresh way. In addition to preserving the tree and giving them the spaces that they need in the structure. I think that's all I have. Haley, do you want to add anything to that?
I don't
Or
think I have
Candace, did I miss
anything to
anything?
add.
I'm just going to point out that the front porch of the original house does have siding on it, and it doesn't have it has a beam, but it's not shown in a traditional way that it's covered with siding. So the accessory structure mimics this existing condition on the main house in terms of this porch detail here. And there is a details page on 13. But if you don't have anything else, I can see if we have any callers. No callers. So Commissioner Bell.
Can you tell me on the front elevation, the roof pitch that is over the front porch or the side porch, and then it engages up into the dormer, does that does that gable end extend in the same plane? Like, is it all the same pitch or does it change pitch? Do you know what I'm saying? It looks like it changes. That's why I'm asking.
I don't quite follow.
So that big roof line that dormer is in,
Okay.
down low, that roof, does there a pitch change between any of that roof
No,
line?
that roof is all, other than the dormer, is all the same pitch, which
Okay.
is consistent with the house.
Okay, thank you. It looks like it changes pitch on that front elevation, but I was thinking that it was a optical illusion.
Yeah.
And so
it's
that's
same-
why I was
yeah,
asking.
Same pitch, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Question. The front elevation on that right side between that porch there, I don't think it's viewing it properly through the back. Is there a door or window that's going to be on that back side?
That's a good point. You will see a door in that opening at the very back of the structure to enter the stair. Yeah.
Any other questions?
If you offset the dormers would you extend that existing rake design across at the same vertical height that it is currently?
Yeah, and I did some drawings that Candace and I kind of looked over. Yeah, we would prefer to push it back maybe 6 inches, and then the right side, we'd like to push out 6 inches to pick up the lost space. But yeah, my thinking is that the main roof would carry across, so those windows there on the left elevation would get much smaller. In fact, they'd be probably half of what they are now. Which, isn't the end of the world. It's not ideal, but yeah. And again, there is a 1-story accessory structure that the neighbor has that's going to be blocking a lot of that left side elevation.
Thank you.
Any other question? I guess I would ask people who know more than I do, just the roof stuff feels a lot to me. Is that like what is that, the right side? I mean, it just feels, I don't know, busy or something.
I was agreeing with some comments that I think it needs to be set, that needs to be set back. It's I understand the architect's point about balance from the front. I think it is the symmetry that one sees when one is looking directly at that side is so pleasing, and the lack of symmetry when you the one back in the front is so I'm asked to. You may be doing something as simple as when you bring the dormer in a bit, bring the greenhouse in to match it, or get the eaves to line up or something to get that work.
I was gonna say, I think you could use the greenhouse in your favor to get something that looks a little bit more symmetrical in the eyes of. Is that walkway just a walkway to get you from the house to that door that takes you upstairs? Because that's a covered porch, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Missing the door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a door in the back. Yeah.
So it's really protection for the pedestrian to access all those doors is why the design's the way that it is.
Yeah, and I think it'll get some use as they access the yard and
Like
the
a
workshop.
sitting porch?
Is it no, it'd be open.
Oh, okay, just a walking space.
Yeah, can I still talk? Okay,
Yeah,
I think the challenge is if we shift the center line of the ridge over, we'll probably lose the porch to get that symmetry. The upstairs space is pretty tight as is. Once we center that over the downstairs space, I just think the porch, given where the tree is probably going to have to go. And I think we'll lose a lot of character, I feel like, with the design when that happens. But
how far are you from the tree? Usually there's a note for 10 feet clear minimum.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're somewhere in the 8 to 10 range.
And it looks like, the whole structure is going to be completely under the canopy of that tree. So, are you going to trim it up? Like, how are you going to create this mass underneath the limbs?
Yeah, it's a very tall tree, so I think we're well below it, but yeah, there might be some trimming.
I'd like to see that. I think that would be helpful. Yeah. If you're planning on pruning it up to get the ridge and the roof underneath it, I think that would be helpful to see. Because at the end of the day, we are already invading the roots. If you're gonna have to trim half the tree, then that's not gonna be
How about just
healthy.
numbers to fit in a letter rather than.
Well,
It's gonna
Okay.
The arborist is gonna say, you're gonna save the tree if you do X, Y, and Z, or,
Or how can you save the tree if you do X, Y, and
yeah,
Z?
typically that's
Okay.
what's gonna happen.
Okay. It seems like a very tall structure to go underneath the tree. That's all.
You know, and we're not there. It could be
I know. I mean,
there.
that's why I was asking.
Okay,
Again, an arborist could say, the bottom limbs are fine, or we gotta take up, that limb or this limb or whatever. And then it's gonna be lopsided and overweighted to one side or whatever.
Right. I mean, it's silly to design around a tree when the tree might not survive it.
Yeah.
so that's on them to get the arborist and then figure out how to design it. Any other questions for the applicant before we close?
We just need to require a tree
The tree
protection plan.
protection
Yeah.
plan should address all that.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close. So there's tree protection plan, there's symmetry roof.
So
Yes.
a tree protection plan, if it's like the cities, it's not gonna pass. I mean,
Okay, so arborist, or whatever with the tree, I'm just saying like the things we've talked about that will craft a motion. Christy, you had something?
Sometimes depending on how close it is to the roots, the commission has required like a specific foundation treatments for these buildings. So that's maybe something else to,
Arborist will tell you to do that.
yeah.
You get the arborist report and come back. That's right, continuous.
And maybe you can put in like some certain things we're looking for, because some arborist reports are better than others.
So that's something I would get.
We're closed.
Sorry.
Okay, so arborist, roof forms.
No complainer.
True
Hope-
dormer.
Yep,
So I think when I first saw it, it was a little jarring, the elevation, but I think after kind of seeing what they're dealing with and the tree and the fact that that's backing up to that side where it's blocked off. I mean, the way I see it, I would be seeing that we could approve this application. I think we should condition that they step the dormer back and tree protection plan and go for it.
will we not need to see if you're messing with the roof and does anybody want to see that again?
Sorry, what?
So his comment was if he pulls it in on one side, he's gonna push it out on the other side. Once he pushes it out on the other side, it's gonna be halfway above that walkway, that porch. I don't think people are, I mean, you may or you may not like it. So I think we should see it.
It's already over the porch a bit, so.
It is about 9 inches or so. So I feel like once he adjusts that dormer, the center line's gonna move. Once the center line moves, the window's gonna move. The things that line up are not line up now are not gonna line up in the future. So I do feel like we should see it. I do want to state that I am not as obsessed with symmetry as I am balance, but I feel like once we ask him to make this change, it's gonna impact it from a balance standpoint.
You're talking about setting the dormer in?
Yeah, because once
Just
his vocabulary said, he said, if I set it in, I'm gonna push it out on the other side, which means the dormer on the front, on the right side is gonna come towards, yes, is gonna move towards the tree, which moves the center line of the window, which then puts the window in a different location in relationship to the glass, the greenhouse. So I just think it's worth,
Looking at.
I think it's worth looking at.
I think, I don't think everything needs to be symmetrical.
No.
I like it when some things aren't symmetrical.
Yeah.
This isn't architectural language, but I think it is oozing with character and could be really cute and different and funky.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, and just, yeah, I think once,
but I think it needs to be looked at. I agree.
So is there a motion?
So you're saying what needs to be looked
Continue.
at? The step in the dormer?
Yeah, step in the dormer,
Yeah.
and what the repercussions of that are essentially.
yeah.
So
And
would
then
you
the
feel more
arborist.
comfortable
Continuation.
Continuing this and
Mhm.
come back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we want the arborist review as well to make sure that there's not gonna just damage this thing.
I think the arborist report should be should state what the tree protection is for this tree. Cause it's gonna be within the drip zone, it's gonna be within the 1 inch per 10 feet. So it's gotta be a prescribed protection for this particular tree.
Not the city standards.
Yes, correct.
I mean, I think I'm fine with continuing it, to look at it, but I would reserve the right to go back to this. I mean, it's quirky and I like it.
And if it
That's my
meets the
official position.
standards.
We're using the language that we like it or don't like it, whether it meets the standards, yes.
One at a time.
Okay, so
For it to comply with our standards, the dormer needs to be addressed and implemented. Once that happens, it's gonna change the way it looks. So we might not feel like it meets our guidelines at that point if we don't see it.
I'll make a motion. I move that we continue this application. We would ask for a restudy of the dormer, that it be step back and not coplanar. We would ask that there be a tree protection plan. And this is all per accessory buildings, page 8.10 and chapter 6 of our standards.
is it a tree protection plan or is it an actual arborist report?
I would request an arborist report. Because the tree protection plan, I can go print from my computer right
Okay,
now.
tree protection plan would have a certified arborist, prepared by a certified arborist.
Yeah.
Did Christy made a comment about what we want in the arborist report?
I mean, do you want them to specifically look at the foundation impacts to the
Yeah.
tree?
Yeah, and the height of the structure,
There you go.
both.
Okay.
So that being in the arborist report?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you say that as a part of your motion?
For our friendly addendum,
Give me one.
amendment.
Can you say it again?
Yeah, that we would like the arborist to review the impact or specification of the foundation and then the impact of the height of the structure to the tree canopy as well.
Accepted.
Okay, is there, all right, any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to continue approves 9-0, huh?
Good.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Thank you. Our next application is 704 Templeton Avenue. And I believe,
Would anyone like a break?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, let's take a five. Let's take a break to 5:25. We will start at 5:25 on the nose. Parked up and it's not, there's so much more foot traffic and. You have to undo the video too, dear.
Okay.
Probably wouldn't recognize it.
Oh, you probably would.
All right. Welcome back to the June HTC meeting. We're starting off with our next case. Hi, we're getting started again. Okay. All right. Welcome back to the June HTC meeting. Our next case is at 704 Templeton Avenue. Got to open. This case is an after-the-fact review, with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. And this involves some front porch changes. On page 7 here, you see some before and after pictures where we have the front porch was screened in and the beam was encased in vinyl. And the screens and vinyl have been removed. And these 2 columns have been added. We have some more before and after pictures of the side elevations. And then a close-up view of the columns installed, and then some contextual photos from the neighborhood showing similar square columns on Templeton. And then some just detail shots of the new boxed beam in the columns. And I believe we have the applicant. There we go. Veronica, hi. Have you been sworn in, Veronica? And we have you on mute. Can you hear us?
Still can't hear you.
Veronica, we still aren't able to hear you. Have you
Okay, there you go.
There we go. There we go. Yay.
Sorry.
No worries. Have you been sworn in, Veronica?
I have at the beginning of the meeting.
Okay, great. Just state your name and address for the court reporter and let me know where you'd like to go.
Veronica DeVita, 801 Nottingham Drive, Charlotte 28205. I guess can we go to the 2 front elevations showing?
Yes, we've got some drawings down here too.
Yeah.
Let's see. Be best to put you here. There's the
I don't know if it'd be easier to see the photographs than this drawing, but
sorry. There we go.
Okay. The bottom is showing the screens and that screen door removed and the vertical siding removed. And I think it might be easier to see it on the photographs than the drawings. One more, that one. Yes. So the beam detail has been restored to its original non-covered beam detail. Really just those screens were removed and nothing of the brick has been changed at all. It's not painted or anything like that. And they added those 2 new squared columns that really kind of blend into other square columns that are on the street. And the rest of the street has a lot of open porches like this. So it's kind of also, adding to that neighborhood street presence. Um,
Is there anything else you'd like to add?
no, I mean, I think it's pretty straightforward. I think,
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay. We don't have any callers.
Hey, Veronica.
Hey, Krista.
Um, so why wasn't this put through for approval in the first place?
I think the clients just the screens and everything were just rotted, and I think they just weren't aware that they had to get permission to have them removed. So this was brought up because we are looking at doing an addition to the back of this house. So it was just brought to the attention that they had not gotten approval on this in the first place.
Yeah. Well, it's probably the best after the fact review we've ever had. So, yeah. So, so we do wish they would have come through and, sought approval first, but given the fact that they didn't and they went forward and restored it to its original character, keeping the original brick intact and the beam, uncovering the beam. You're right, it's pretty straightforward. We would have approved it.
Okay, well, hopefully you will still.
Yeah, yeah, we're leaning that way.
Can I just ask one question? Do they need those columns, Veronica? I mean, structurally, that beam looks pretty substantial, and there's no way that 2x4 with the screening was holding up anything. Is it a decorative column or is it structural?
I'm pretty sure it's decorative because it doesn't look like anything has happened with that beam that's different there. But I think just proportion wise, I think it looks better to have those columns.
Okay. That's my only question. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, any other questions before we close? All right, we will close for deliberation.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve this application as the form and massing of the new eave overhangs, fascia, and rake boards is not incongruous with the design standards for roof form 6.3, numbers 1, 4, and 5, and the standards for trim 6.4, number 2. And rebuilding the eave details with wood is not incongruous with the design standards for wood 5.2, numbers 1, 7, and 9. And the pork chop eave detail on the primary structure will be eliminated and the eaves changed to match detailing of the original eaves.
Commissioner Lineberger, I think
Yes.
that may be for the next case. The pork chop eve discussion.
Oh, okay, sorry. But it's that,
New columns are completely reversible.
yes, and that the new columns are reversible. Want me to add the facts, any facts? Yeah, good. Okay. Oh, I'm wrong. I was not wrong. Yo, I am so sorry. Monica, I'm like losing it. Sorry.
Last meeting, we'll let you go.
I was completely, yeah, I mean, who am I gonna, yeah, I'll just like finish it out. I am so sorry. Yeah, let me just.
Yes, I think you
Can
can
I just-
withdraw your motion.
Yes, I'm gonna withdraw that. Sorry. Okay, so I can't believe I did that. So now I gotta reorient to these. Okay, I make a motion to approve this application as removing the screens and reopening the porch is not incongruous with the design standards for porches, 4.8, numbers 1 and 4. And removing the vinyl siding and restoring the front porch beam is not incongruous with the design standards for porches, 4.8, number 3. The standards for trim, 4.11, numbers 2 through 4. And the standards for wood, 5.2, numbers 1, 6, 8 through 10. And standards for porches, 6.7, number 3. And that installing new square wood columns on the brick front porch knee wall is not incongruous with the design standards for porches, 4.8, number 3, and the standards for porches, 6.17, number 3.
And that the columns are removable.
And what?
And that the columns are
And that the
removable.
columns are removable.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Holtz. Any discussion? Okay, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve passes 9-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thanks, Veronica. The next application is for 1511. Oops. Excuse me, 1551 Merriman Avenue. And we have the applicant online. This application is an after-the-fact review with the commission reviewing the project on its merits as if the work has not yet occurred. And with this project, on page 7, we have some before and after photos. We've seen this project before. It was a rear addition to a house that really had a demolition case on it from code, and the applicant restored the house and did a new rear addition. And here's some before pictures of what the eaves and overhangs looked like. The applicant ended up having to reframe the entire roof. This photo is dark because this is all fire damage. So it really is that color. And you can see here how the whole roof was rebuilt. And so we're here today to look at these newly built eave details and things, and how they really and how they compare with what was here originally. We don't have a lot of information here, but with some of the things are just completely missing, but it does match the details on the rear addition, and also matches some detailing shown in the neighborhood with some other American small houses. And so we have the applicant here. VJ, have you been sworn in?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. VJ, can you state your name and address for the court reporter?
Sure. Vijay Woolley. The address is 1551 Merriman Avenue, Charlotte.
And let me know where you'd like to go in the presentation.
Oh, is that a question to me?
Oh, yeah. If you'd like to add anything.
No, I think what you already said was perfect, though. There is nothing more for me to add because it's all a new construction, like not a new construction, but it was the entire roof, entire framing, like literally everything has to be replaced, which I was not aware when I purchased this property. Only the brick outside is a very old brick, but the rest of the inside is completely gutted out and rebuilt, including the roof.
And just to add the detailing that has been added to the front overhangs here, it also matches the previous rear addition that was removed. So that's here in this photo. We'll leave it to the commission.
Right, any questions?
I have a question for staff. How is this different? What's different from what's built, from what's on the original COA?
So the original COA was more of like a repair and maintenance, a restoration of the existing. So that would have been keeping this detailing here with just inches of no overhang, essentially, just flush with the wall.
Can you go to slide 28?
Mhm. Yes. We're getting there.
So those details on the right there, the top two right details.
Yes.
Those were for the addition. There was an approved
I see.
addition on the rear.
Yeah.
So those
Okay.
details are for the addition to this
Yeah.
house. And so when they did when they were adding the addition and then they redid the roof, they matched everything back
It's
to.
called out in here somewhere in the original COA to restore it to the,
Yeah.
Yes, because that's what's, yeah.
that's what I didn't see. Okay.
Any other questions before we close for the applicant? Okay, we will close for deliberation. Anyone have a motion?
I reckon. Thanks. Get back to your else notes. So, I move to deny this application because the proposed project is incongruous with the. What?
Incongruous with the design standards.
How is it not?
We would approve that if they would have come to us in the beginning.
But it doesn't match, oh, it's a new application.
Yes. Basically asking for us to approve it.
Well, then. Would we have?
Yeah.
Even though it doesn't match the original?
We don't know what the original was.
Contextual with the neighborhood.
Yeah.
They presented other houses in the neighborhood that have it.
Okay.
Except for the pork chop Eve, yeah.
Small that had no like basic overhang. Really just to protect the house next door, so. Well, it's not exactly what it was before, because
Few inches of overhang will help protect the structure, so.
one of the recommended facts was reframing the roof.
Okay, don't have to convince me.
I also want to point out on page 21 or slide 21, the approval, which has the drawing, look, that shows it the way he built it. So I just think it's interesting that, I think it's just something that maybe wasn't caught, that what he's showing there is exactly what he built, and that's on the approved, and it's like we just didn't catch that he's showing the detail here, but it's not the same as the existing. I'm just throwing that out there as an FYI, and I think we just didn't catch it, that it was different, but that was always apparently his intent.
Okay, so I move to approve this application because the proposed project not incongruous with the special character of district as described, chapter 3 of design standards, consistent with Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. And noting Rehabilitation of building elements, roofs, page 5.8. 6.13, 6.14. 6.13, if I didn't say that already. I think that's it.
There's a condition for staff to remove the pork chop eaves. I was just saying there's a condition C up there to pork
Is that
chop
a
eaves.
friendly amendment? I
Yes.
accept.
Well, I can't make one, but I would.
Amendment, add the pork chop eve details, on the primary structure will be eliminated and the eve changed to match detailing of the original eaves.
Accepted.
And the recommended facts.
Why am I not missing? Where is all this shit?
Two. It's on page
Oh, yeah.
two.
Reframe the report. I mean, that's done. And number 2, recommended facts, and that's existing.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Second, Commissioner Holtz, any discussion? Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Kerm,
Yes.
Commissioner Allred,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Holtz,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Atkinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
All right, thanks, VJ. We'll be in touch.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, our next application is 401 Rensselaer Avenue, and I'm going to hand it over to Jen. Just give us 1 second to get resituated. Okay, and then I think our applicant is online. Is that correct? He is online, I'm pretty sure. Okay, Keith, are you there?
I am, yes.
Hi, thank you. Have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, we'll swear you in, and also if you can,
Video?
yes, please.
Yep, sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so this application is for full demolition of the structure at 401 Rensselaer Avenue.
Correct.
We have the staff report on pages 1 through 3. And then we have map showing the property on the corner of Cleveland and Rensselaer. We have photos of the existing structure. And then we have we have a survey of the property and as-built drawings on pages 20 and 21. And then we have the Zoutwell survey on page 22. So 401 is down here. So Keith, demolition applications are pretty straightforward. So unless you have anything to add, we can move on to any questions or comments from the commission.
The only thing that I saw, it said demolition commercial, and it's actually, it's a residence converted commercially. When we had bought it, it was I think it was like an accounting firm or whatnot. So I don't know that matters or not. I just noticed it on the labeling on the agenda. So I believe it should be residential on it, and our intention going back would be residential. I think that the only thing is that there's a commercial permit on it for running a business that was like either grandfathered in or whatever it was. So again, I don't know if that comes into play here at all. I simply just wanted to state it on there.
Thanks, Keith. We pull that information from the county and that's how that was listed with them.
Okay. Yeah. And it's probably because yeah, there is a permit on it, but it would be residential. There is no kitchen in there currently. There wasn't a kitchen in there. So, but it is in a residential, somewhat converted probably back in the 80s, I guess, maybe. So
Mhm.
anyways, but
Well, thank you. I think we'll start with the demolition applications have 3 steps. I think first we'll start with to see if the commission would like to determine if the application is ready to review and complete.
Yep, so commissioners, do we have everything we need to review this application?
I see a lot of things missing.
Okay.
Maybe beginning with clear photos.
Can you use your mic?
Sorry.
Well, yeah, it looks like we're missing a lot of information. So I guess do I make a motion if it to determine if it's complete, incomplete?
I think, well, can't we determine it's incomplete and then continue it and tell them what we need
Yeah.
to
Yep.
make it complete?
Does everyone agree that it doesn't quite have all the information we normally have for a demo? Okay.
Okay, well, hold on. Wait, did we close? Okay, so we will close for deliberation.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue this application so that it can be resubmitted as a complete demolition application and include all of the following items: as-built elevation drawings with accurate dimensions and materials for all the windows and doors, the window mutton patterns, the exterior doors, including the door style in the drawings, the trim, window, door, fascia, soffit, breakboard, and frieze, the front porch columns, vents on gable ends, brick details at the foundation and openings, which includes the headers and the sills, the infilled garage door opening on the rear elevation, roof pitches, and then also to include clear photos of the entire building and additional detailed photographs of the basement windows, rear exterior door, and infilled opening on the rear elevation.
Second. Commissioner
Yes.
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 Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Holt.
Yes.
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 Thank you, Keith. We will be in touch.
so will my attorney.
Okay, I think that concludes our agenda for June.
I had corrections to the minutes.
Okay, that's great.
In the beginning, it says that I did all the stuff that Commissioner Wojcik did, and I wasn't here, so I didn't do it.
Okay, well, we'll get that fixed.
If we could also address one more item back to the earlier motion in terms of deferring your vote to elect officers to the executive board. What's it called? Executive officers. I would suggest that you move to leave the current officers in place until such time as your next vote. So that way you have a chair to run the meeting until that occurs.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion. Commissioner Atkinson. It was a motion.
Oh, yeah, approved.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Holt. Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yeah.
Commissioner Allred.
Yes.
Commissioner Kern.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock.
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, yes. Motion passes 9-0.
And did we have minutes for this one? Was that, okay, did we vote on the main minutes?
No, I just said that when I read through, there was just that piece, but nobody voted on it.
Okay.
If
do we want
anybody
to
else
make
read
a-
them.
Does anyone have a motion for May minutes? Okay, we can do that next month. We'll move to next month for the May minutes. And we'll just.
Okay, I don't know where, we are done. Oh, we've reached the end of the agenda. Is there any further business to discuss? This meeting is adjourned at 5:58 PM.
Thank you, everyone.